Now, everybody? Am I live now? Peoples? Sarah, why don't you go out just to the channel and see if there's another live stream that's happening. Okay, I'm live. Hello, everybody. I have Sarah in my ear trying to talk me through this. I think that's how we're going to do this, so she can tell me questions people are asking in the chat. Sorry for the hiccups on getting this thing started. I'm using this streaming software OBS, and I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm trying to get logged in so I can see the chat. Sarah, can... I'm hearing myself in your ear, Sarah. Let's see here. Ooh, we are in Phuket, Thailand. This is in real time. I've been taking so much heat lately on my channel because people can't comprehend that the episodes were filmed in the past and the live is live. And people have been like getting very angry at me for some bizarre reason. Today is February 12th, real time, live, Phuket, after the GoFundMe, not before. Just like I have to get this verification code here. 6. Oh, I shouldn't read that out loud, otherwise you guys will know my verification code. So, yeah, this is real-time live stream. Boy, this thing is confusing. I have no idea how to reopen my chat, unfortunately. Let's see here. Okay, there you are. Hello. I can see the chat finally. But it won't let me chat. It says sign into chat, which is what I just did, and then it locked me out of the chat. So we're going to have to just do this in a different way this time, guys. But I can see the chat, and that's important. So I want to thank everyone from the bottom of my heart for making this happen. Well, I would have pulled the engine no matter what. But for the possibility for me to pull the engine and put in a new beta 20, which is coming, is because of you. Everyone who had the ability to donate. We ended the campaign today as far as not allowing any more donations, and Victoria posted a message thanking everyone with a breakdown of the numbers, which is pretty fascinating. I wanted to share with you. I'll just read her message real quick. As we close out the campaign today, we want to extend our heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you. The power of the community truly shone through. An incredible 1,068 of you went out of your way to support James and Triteia this year. Nearly half of the donations, 44%, were $25 or less, proving that every contribution, no matter what the size, makes a meaningful difference. Together, those gifts have created a remarkable shift in what is possible. Your generosity has opened up a whole new realm of opportunities to ensure a safe and successful remainder of the circumnavigation. We're deeply grateful. Be sure to follow along on YouTube, Instagram, as the journey continues. Fair winds, and thank you again, Victoria, Sarah, Triteia, and James. And she did this amazing graph, which I'm going to be posting on Instagram probably tomorrow, showing the breakdown, which is remarkable. Like, look at that. Like, so many people were like, oh, I can only afford $5 and know that's not much and can't help. But look at that. That is remarkable. Like, what a difference. Like, $11 to $25, 32%. So I will definitely always keep that in mind in the future when I'm donating to causes, and if I don't have, like, can't contribute as much as I would like. It is a remarkable thing to know what small numbers when we have an army of people coming together to make something happen. Again, I've had like a number of people say really terrible things to me lately about the campaign. I didn't want to do it at all. Victoria convinced me, and then Sarah backed her up. You know, like when Victoria brought the subject up to me at breakfast, I was very much against it, and then we chatted it through. And the only way I would agree to is if we, you know, if it was just for a very low number, which we asked, we were looking, the campaign was for $6,500. And I would have never felt comfortable asking for any kind of large amount of money. So I was like, then we called Sarah when we got back to the boat, and Sarah had, you know, been of the same mindset for years and tried to talk me into this sort of thing. So I was like, okay, well, the option was like I quit sailing for a year and go find work, or I put it out to the community. I'm like, do you guys want to keep seeing my content, or, you know, does it, whatever. So I was like, well, the audience will decide. If we don't come up with $6,500 for an outboard and a dinghy, then I'll just go find work. I was already in the mindset that that's what I was going to do. And Victoria's like, well, as a last hope, why don't we just do this campaign for $6,500 and see how, you know, let the audience decide if they want you to take a year off. Well, the audience, you guys spoke up loud and clear, and we raised, just on the GoFundMe alone, we raised $59,500 and something dollars, which is mind-blowing. We raised like $20,000. Sarah, do you remember? Sarah's in my ear for anyone. Sarah, do you remember how long it took us to raise $20,000? It was like a crazy short amount of time, like a couple, 4 hours or something. We raised $20,000, which was like, I thought maybe it would reach $10,000 based on other people's campaigns. But we realized very early on that we could forego the nightmare of the outboard on the transom, and we could get a Beta 20 engine. So I'll talk on that in a second. That's been a struggle in itself to work out. But now we have the funds thanks to the community and thanks to you and everyone. It's been unbelievable, very humbling, and I don't have words. It's amazing. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And I'll definitely be bringing you a lot of content. As a result, we're going to get to see a lot of cool stuff this year rather than just the boat sitting in a boatyard for 12 months. So, here we are. I'll show you. Again, I'm just like learning how to use this software. So let me see if my phone's still hooked up. Oh yeah, so I'm gonna try to switch scenes. I don't think I named these scenes very well. I think scene 1, so scene 1 should be, so that's the engine bay and me, and then scene 2 should just be my mobile, okay? And then that's just me. So we can switch between scenes, multiple cameras. I did it on my cell phone also, so I can kind of walk down and show you guys around down below before we jump into the engine thing. We have purchased the Beta 20, which is in Sydney, Australia. It was a huge ordeal. We looked for one here. There wasn't one here. They said it was going to be 30 weeks to get delivered. Same thing in Malaysia, because we considered going to Reebok, or I considered going to Reebok. Same thing, like 36 weeks or 30 weeks or something crazy to get delivered. And we found one in Sydney at Beta, Australia. We paid for it. It was like $9,000 US just for the engine and the gearbox and everything, which is the transmission for marine engines. And then we're paying, I think, $2,700 to have it flown here and then trucked to the boat. It took us 3 weeks to find a shipping agent. Like, one dude ran us around for 10 days. This Australian dude was a complete moron. And we were put in touch with him through Beta Marine, the Beta dealer in Sydney. This guy was a complete idiot. He messed us around for like 10 days. And like every minute counts in this situation, right? Because I'm racing the season. The monsoon is approaching, fast approaching. So this dude messed us around. And then the last communication we had with this dude, because we kept being like, can you get it? We need it door to door, right? And he kept like sending us information to where he could get it to Bangkok. And then that's where he was like, and wouldn't tell us how to handle the customs and all that stuff. And we're like, bro, what? And he wouldn't answer any of our questions. I kept, and then finally, and Victoria's handling it all because I turned into a honey badger with that sort of stuff. So I was just CC'd on all the emails, and I was like losing my mind. She's very diplomatic and chill, and was handling it all. And finally, the last communication where I was like, "We're done with this dude," was he was like, he came back and was like, "Phuket's an island. I don't even know how you're gonna get the engine to an island." And we're like, yes. Technically, Phuket's an island, but there's a major freeway bridge that goes onto it. It's just like maddening. So that dude wasted a grip of our time. And then Victoria started doing a bunch of research. And actually, the beta dude suggested another person that's an importer-exporter. And they handle Thailand specifically. And they've been really professional, really prompt at their responses. But everything just takes time, especially with the time change. So finally, we got everything sorted out and got, confirmed that we could get it landed to the door. And basically it's like, I think we're going to pay $3,600 in taxes as well. So it is expensive, but it is what it is. So that's $9,000 plus almost $3,000 for shipping, and then $3,600 for taxes. So luckily, Mark from Killdragger, my buddy's asking what engine. A Beta 20 is what we went with. So that's the biggest engine that I could fit in the bay. The beauty of the Beta 20 is that the 3-cylinder, which is nice. So that'll have more power. Like the Yanmar 2 GM20, it says a 20, but it's actually about 14 horsepower. The 20 is actually like 19 horsepower. So an increase in horsepower, 3 cylinders, so it's quieter. I'll be able to run it at lower RPMs and get the, then when I need it, when things get hairy, I can punch it and have more power to rely on. So we'll get into like, as I'm working, I'll be talking out loud. I can't really watch the chat and do this at the same time. So Sarah's going to be on the chat. She's going to be managing the chat. So anything she says is speaking for me. And again, I have her in my earpiece so that she can relay some of your questions as I'm trying to get into this. So I've gone ahead and pulled out the entire exhaust system to prepare for this. I ripped out the old fuel tank and cut out all the supports for the fuel tank. So this morning we're going to be taking apart the raw like the saltwater intake, like the raw water intake. I'm going to tear the engine down in the engine bay so you can see everything. So I know this is something like a lot of people like, well, maybe it's just the valves, maybe it's the head. I'll talk about it when we get into it. But we're going to go ahead and basically tear down half the engine down to the block. What that does is it lightens the engine quite a bit. It allows you guys to see all the bits and pieces. I've done this multiple times, so it won't be any surprises for me. But it makes it lighter to get off the boat and easier for me to manage. I've already built a gantry. Let me see if I can switch my scene here. Okay, so I got my gantry built up there. And then we'll hook a come along on it, chain fall, come down, and slowly bring it up and get it into the cockpit. The iPhone stuff is, Sarah? But the... Alright. Alright, so... Anybody have any questions in the chat really quick before I Oh, someone said, is Triteia hauled out? Yeah, let me go ahead. That's a good sort of segue question. Again, Sarah's going to be monitoring the chat. I'm going to take the iPhone, and I'll walk around and show you where we're at right now. We are in Phuket, Thailand at Oppo Boatyard, which I'm not a fan of. I miss Reebok. Reebok was heaven. And I'll just show you what we're looking at, and then we'll get back and get into some wrenching. Let's see here. Scene 2. I should have named these better. Okay, I think that's my phone. Sarah, do you see that? Oh. Okay, real quick. When I go away from my computer, I don't know if you guys are going to be able to hear me. So, just so you know, I'm going to walk around, kind of show you guys real quick, but I would imagine that I don't know if the audio on my phone will pick me up. Sarah will tell me in my earpiece if it is, but I won't know until we... Again, this is the first time I've done this, so I'm going to walk around and show you guys with the phone right now. It might be like a Charlie Chaplin style silent movie, so let's see how it works. Okay, here we go. Sarah, can you see the thing? Can you see? Well, let me tell you. Alright, I don't know if you guys could hear any of that. And I accidentally hung up on Sarah, so my R2-D2 went away. Definitely, okay, someone said no audio. So, but you guys saw where I'm at, right? So, alright. Sarah, are you in my ear? Okay. I gotta put up this thing to stop this sun glare real quick. Any questions in the comments for me, Sarah? Or in the chat, rather? Kill, what the, oh, that's the wrong side. Or both sides, rather. So Mark from Killjagger is asking about the panel. I'm going to put the panel down below under the companionway steps. The new panel, I'm going to build like a cabinet so that keeps the weather off of it. I might install like a second ignition button in the cockpit for ease. But I'm going to install the the key switch and everything down below. So I guess we can get into it. It's kind of funny. I'm gonna move this view kind of facing me as I sit on the floor, or maybe I can just turn it on the chart table. Let's switch to our other view. I also might be able to take one of these things off. It's a little dark with those shades up. Let's try our other scene here. Someone's asking, did you get water into the exhaust, into the cylinders from the exhaust? It wouldn't have been from the exhaust, no. I do think that there's water got into the cylinders, but I think there's a hold. I think there's like some kind of compromise in the engine block that is allowing water to get into the cylinders, is my guess. Because there was never any situation. Anytime I'm sailing and not using the engine, I plug the exhaust, so I know that I did in that way. And every time I'm having a hard start, I close the water intake, so I know it wasn't back siphoning. So there's some major issues with this engine. And then people are probably wondering what I'm doing with this engine block. I found a local mechanic that's like excited to have it. I'm giving it to him for free. So he's going to come pick it up next week. Maybe he can like sleeve it and rebuild it and sell it or whatever, but I'm happy to give it to him. Maybe he can sell it for parts. I don't know. But that's where the engine's going. I would like to have thrown it in the ocean, but that'll be difficult for me. All right. Sarah, you in my ear? Okay. So I guess let's switch scenes. That's scene 2. Okay. It's a beta 20 horsepower. Okay, let's see what makes sense on the laptop portion of the program. That kind of makes sense right there, actually. You guys can see all this? You guys see the double screen? That means I can probably do this. Yeah, pretty neat, right? Alright, get a little bit more light in here for me. I bought since I have money to actually buy things I need, I bought like new tools, nice stainless steel ratchets and everything, so that's really nice. Oh, I need to turn off the starter battery. I'll be right back. Okay, here we go. Woo-wee. How does this look? Kind of gets the bits of it. And again, as I've said before, like in the trailer for this is going to be like a fly on the wall sort of experience, like a little different than what I normally do. So there might be areas where I'm not talking, I'm just like focusing. So just, you'll have to bear with me on that one. The laptop's like right by the engine. Yes, you just ask Sarah questions, because how many people are on, Sarah? Hello, everybody. Trying to get all my bits in a row here, and can you imagine, like, you know, anyone who works on anything, it's like such a... Okay, here's another thing. Trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. Boop, boop, boop. There will be cursing during this live stream. I do not have the ability to work on engines and not curse, so let that be known. You know, like anyone who works on engines, you imagine like setting yourself up for the nightmare of like trying to do something this frustrating and letting a bunch of people watch you while eating popcorn? It's hilarious. What a terrible feeling. Alright, let me see here. Alright. Here we go. Go ahead and get rid of this raw water strainer. Oh, this son of a... I need to go open that hatch in the cockpit. You guys can hear me okay where I'm at? Ouch. Already busted a knuckle. You guys hear me, Sarah? Oh, okay. I got you. Cool. Yesterday, I went and ordered a new life raft, which is very exciting. New life raft. Which is also going to take a couple days to deliver, but I got new anchor chain. Let's see if I can do this like that. I got new anchor chain, and it's like I learned like kind of an important lesson. Since I'm not in the US of A, the anchor chain is metric. So I got 8mm, which is like the closest you can get to 5/16 HT. And it's 8mm DIN 766 or whatever, galvanized, you know, high test chain. High test is better because it's stronger than BBB, and so that means that you can get smaller chain and it's stronger than the heavier chain, so you save a lot of weight. So I've had 5/16 HT. ACO is the brand in the States that I've had since I left, and it's in a really bad shape after 5 years. So I got new anchor chain. So from the 5/16 to the 8mm, the link sizes are different enough that I have to get a new Gypsy for the windlass. And that I ordered it yesterday. They finally found it in Greece from Lofrans, and they're having to fly it here from Greece. So it's going to take 14 to 20 days to get delivered. And it's $500 US with all the shipping and all that stuff. So that's like an important thing. Like if you're preparing a ship for international cruising for long term, unless you're going to do circumnavigation in like 3 years, if you're going to be out really long term, your chain is going to eventually need to be replaced. It's probably worth getting both of your Gypsies before you leave your home country, just in case you have to get a chain that doesn't match what you have, like just between standard and metric. I could have obviously gotten it much cheaper if I had been in the States, so that's an interesting lesson. the other thing that's nice about what I'm doing here today is since since everything's getting replaced, I can just cut hoses. I don't have to like try to like be careful taking them apart. Save me a ton of time. Okay. Go ahead and take this off. Put that out of the way. We can go ahead and there's a little bit of diesel in the fuel filter, but I'm gonna open this hatch out here so I can see better. Trick in opening this cockpit hatch gives me good light aft, but you can see it on the camera a little bit. But then if you go charging out in the cockpit, you fall right in like a cartoon, you know? I think we can just cut this fuel line. I'm gonna have to move, so this is my fuel filter. I'm gonna have to move that because the exhaust on the Beta 20 goes out that way. So I need to deinstall that. So let's go ahead and get a bucket over here. Try to put some of this diesel fuel in. Oh, what? Yeah, it's a Raker housing, but the filter I have on is an R15T. Drain this off, save myself a little bit of heartache. Sarah said in my ears, people are wagering on what my first curse word will be. I know exactly what it'll be. It'll either be fuck or cunt, one of the two, because those are my general sort of like safe places, those words. Okay. Alright, we got most of the fuel out of there. Sarah said someone asked how many meters of chain I ended up with. I have 92 meters of chain, which is 32 feet. Sarah said that somebody just asked where I was in the chat, and somebody replied Phuket, and it got flagged as a swear word. Obviously, the chat doesn't know how to pronounce the word Phuket. They think they said fuck it. Okay, got that done. I can wait and pull that filter off that bulkhead or stringer after the engine's out, but let's go ahead and get the starter disconnected. I went in and turned off the power to the starter battery. I have a switch inside the engine, or inside the battery bay. So, oh, I almost dropped it. That's what y'all need to do. Keep track of all the stuff I drop in the bilge today. So annoying. My bilge is like 3 feet deep, like a meter deep. Okay, go ahead and put that back on for giggles so we don't lose it. Who knows where I'll probably have to do all new business on that end. So, I think, can you guys see right here? Okay, so these two hoses go to the water heater. So I have a water heater in the head, and it's really cool because anyone who has boats or has a water heater knows how this works. But the way it heats the water is it takes the hot coolant, like antifreeze, off the engine, and it pumps it through a coil inside, like a reservoir, just like you know, I think ones in houses are gas, right? There's like gas heated, and then the coil heats the water. So this is the super hot coolant, goes to the head through a coil, heats the water inside the 6-gallon thing, which is about 20 liters of water. And then returns back into the engine and then does its own business, right? So you get like free heat using the engine, which is really, really cool. But it also means there's a lot of stuff. So I can go ahead and shut off the valves there for the antifreeze. Try to catch this into our fluids bucket. Oh, I can just cut that. Making things harder on myself than they need to be. I'm gonna be replacing like all the hoses on everything with this new engine. Oh. Right. Someone's asking about the weight of the Yanmar on the boom. The weight of the Yanmar, fully with all the pieces on it, it's only 275 pounds. Which is the average weight of an American. So, no, I'm not concerned about the weight of the boom. If your boom breaks from, first of all, you support the point above the boom. Well, to get it out of here, I built a wooden gantry under the hard dodger. But with the boom, the way I've done it in the past, and to lower, I might lower it off the boat that way, I haven't decided. But you put your halyards above the point where you're picking. So actually all the weight is coming off the halyards. And the weight isn't a concern. Shock loads would be a concern. So if it drops like that, that's where damage could happen. But just a weight of 275 pounds, you think somebody that weighs 275 pounds, if they can't hang on your boom and lift their feet, then you need to get a new boom. And again, this engine's going to weigh less than that because the heat exchanger is going to be off, the head is going to be off, the alternator is going to be off, all kinds of stuff is going to be removed. All right, we can get this out of here. This is our, ooh, it looks grim. Oh. So gnarly. Can't even see in it. This is our raw water strainer. It's bronze, very beautiful. Normally you can see inside there, but there's so much like growth and algae in this water, and it's just been sitting closed up for so long that it's very scary. Ooh, it smells terrible also. Okay, let's see here. Get this out of the way. Oh, we gotta finish this here. So, lots of coolant leaking out. Just let that go in the bilge. Now shop back it out. Good thing we don't need that starter. I mean that alternator rather. Alright. I'm not sure. Sarah said someone asked if the beta will get more miles per hour than the Yanmar. I'm not actually sure of that. That'd be a cool thing to know. I would guess it'll be more efficient, but it might, I don't know, it might level out because of the fact that it's like more horsepower. But my Yanmar only drinks with marine engines. You don't do it. Oh man, I just threw that hose out in the cockpit and it went straight down the hatch into the bilge. I guess I gotta keep that in mind. This Yanmar used half a gallon an hour, roughly, a little less than half a gallon an hour. So like with marine engines, you don't do like miles per gallon, you do like hours. Okay, that hose out. No, someone asked for the engine, if the mounts are off the engine mount yet. No, I'm working my, that'll be the last thing I do before I rig it up and fly it out. This, just what's out of my way. Well, I really like Reebok 1,000 times better as far as like being a place to a boatyard. Phuket, if you're doing major projects, Phuket's a much better option because it's far more expensive, but you have so many incredibly well-stocked chandleries, you have so many services to where, if you know, a ton of different mechanics. Like Reebok has like 3 mechanics and those dudes are booked up for months. And then there's only like one stainless dude. There's like another dude in town who won't come to boats, who's like way cheaper than the stainless dude at Reebok. So that's the other problem, is like the services, fabricators and stuff at Reebok is like kind of outrageously expensive because there's so few dudes and they can charge whatever they want. So here you can get like Yost from Sailing Nanji. He sent me a number of people because they did a refit here. So he sent me a bunch of contacts for people to reach out to get stuff done, get stuff made. And he was saying, you know, the cool thing about Phuket is that if you don't like someone's price, you just like email someone else. But the problem I've found is like finding people that actually want to do work. I am getting new cushions made, so I found a place that's doing the new cushions. But I've been trying to find a quote. Like I couldn't find a quote for stainless parts for the rudder. I emailed like 4 different people, contacted them, WhatsApp. They would interact. I would send them drawings. I'm like, can you give me a ballpark quote? And out of 4 people, no one got me a quote until like me and Victoria stopped by Raleigh Tasker and hung out with Sven, who's the owner of Raleigh Tasker. And they're one of my sponsors, and we're chatting with Sven, and I said, do you know a good like stainless fabricator? Because I'm like having a hell of a time. I'm like getting stressed, you know, because if you can't even get them to get you a quote, how in the world are you going to get the parts made by these people? Sven's like, we're the best in Phuket. He was like, we're going to handle all your parts. So Raleigh Tasker has handled all of the rudder like stainless parts that are being made, and I get to pick those up tomorrow, which I'm very excited about. Mikkel from Raleigh Tasker was here yesterday, and he measured my mast and everything for a new spinnaker, and he measured, they're making me a whisker pole, which I'm excited about. A proper whisker pole that's not like a paint extender pole. Very exciting. I love Raleigh Tasker. They've been very, very good to me and very supportive. got any questions there, Sarah? Oh, she said someone had just asked about the whisker pole when I mentioned it, so there we go. Pretty handy. Also, for any if there's any, I know this is a very rare possibility, but if there are any alpha males tuned in right now watching and you see my man bun, I apologize if that triggers you. Sorry about that. Sarah said someone said they don't envy the amount of room. Yeah, the engine bay is very tight. And I watched, there's another YouTube channel from like 4 years ago that replaced their Yanmar in their Alberg 30 with a Beta 20. That's actually what made me decide I could manage a, a Beta 20. And I watched their video of them putting it in, and there's like, seems like there's plenty of room. Oh, you fucker. Oh, there you go. There's my first curse words. There's a couple of wild cards with the Beta 20 that I don't know how it's going to go. One being, and I've asked those dudes to send me like all the measurements so I could pull the measurements, but they, I haven't seen them in my email yet. I don't know if my prop shaft will be too long, too short, you know what I mean? So I might have to get a new prop shaft or get my prop shaft modified, which would be that would slow me down. I'm hoping to be back in the water a month from right now. Sooner, obviously, would be better, but I'm also know how boats work, so I'm not holding my breath on the sooner or even the timeline that I would like. But in the perfect world, I would really like to be in the water a month from now doing sea trials around Phuket. I need to be out of this zone by the beginning of April. I would love to be heading to the Maldives by this, third week of March, but we'll see. We shall see. Okay, where are we at? We got that unhooked. We can unhook these control cables. This is I'm gonna be right in y'all's space. So you're going to be hard to see. Maybe I can do it from out there. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's. Sarah's giving me a play-by-play of like the hilarious things being said in the chat right now about the man bun. Oh, I ain't insecure, I'll tell you that much. Let's see here. Yeah, let's see here. We need a 14 gauge, team. Any other good questions, Sarah? Okay, let's see here. Well, that's what I was just talking about, that prop shaft scenario. I also want to find out make sure that my prop is the most optimal prop for the new engine. Because I'd love to just start out with like everything at its best. And again, I know I shouldn't have to say this, most of you guys know this, but this video is in real time. This is a live stream. The video coming out, oh no day it is. Oh, it's Wednesday in America, Thursday here. The video coming out on Monday is me and Victoria leaving Reebok at Christmas time. So that shows you sort of the time frame thing. No, I wouldn't. Someone asked if I would do a folding prop. I have no interest in folding props. I'm not a racer. I'm not that concerned. Whew. Yeah, someone's asking about refurbing the engine bay. Yes, I'm going to be degreasing and possibly painting the whole engine bay. The Beta Marine is being picked up today in Sydney and being shipped on the weekend. The shipping agent said they think it'll take 5 days, which means it'll take 7 to 10 days at best to get through customs. But they're saying 5 days from when it's picked up to when we, and they're like, they deal with customs and all that stuff, so maybe they do have the contacts to make that happen in that time period. But the funny thing is like, it only takes like less than a day to fly here, and it takes 12 hours to drive it here from Bangkok. All the rest of it is like stuck in paperwork, right? Okay, let's see, what do we got here? 8. Right. Okay, let's see here. Cool. 8mm. I'll tell you guys what, like, I scheduled this when I did so that people in America, because I don't know, like 49% of my audience is in America. So I scheduled this so that, you know, it would be like feasible for people in America to watch. But I woke up at 6 a.m. and I normally wake up at like 4. I woke up at 6, slept very deeply last night, and I was like, damn, I got 2 hours before I got to be pulling an engine live on YouTube. I was like, it's like 8 a.m. when I started this. Now it's almost 9 a.m. Tell you a funny story. You guys can see. Let's see. Okay, back here, this is the control shifter for the gearbox. Remember early on when I first put the engine in, probably like the 5th time I took it out, I was out sailing off the coast just past Angels Gate Lighthouse in LA, lost all wind. I would go out like constantly even if there was no wind because I was so excited about having my boat. And I was out, all the wind stopped, so I was like, okay, I got to shift it into gear, and it wouldn't go into gear. So the engine started no problem. I could rev it, but it wouldn't go into gear. I was like, uh-oh. But since I had put the whole engine in myself and done everything, all I did was like, there used to be a little bronze hole in the cockpit. I unscrewed it, and I could see that the shifter cable, the way I had put it together on the gear shifter for the gearbox wrong, and it had like broken. So I just reached down there and shifted it by hand because I knew exactly where everything was and how it was all set up because I had done it all myself. So if I had paid someone to do it, I probably would have had called for a tow. But I was instantly able to solve it and get in. Now, it was a little tricky pulling into the slip, having to reach into a hole with my head down in the cockpit to like shift into neutral to ease in, but I got it done. Yeah. Uh-oh. Lost All right, we got it back. Thanks for pointing that out, Sarah. Yeah, it'll come back. Okay, let's see here. Get this thing out of the way. That's out of the way. Go ahead and cut this. Oops, sorry about that. Cut this. All right. Okay, there's that. All right, where are we at? Where are we at, team? I'm sweating my ass off right now. Oh, I should turn the fan on me. It's like, I don't know how hot it is. Probably 80 degrees. Yep, let me see here. It is 81 degrees right now at 9 a.m. with 83% humidity. Oh, it says, no, it says 80, feels like 83. Oops. 75% humidity, so. Give myself a rag. I was also a dummy and didn't have the fan pointed at me, so it's on me. That's my own fault. Okay, team. Let's go ahead and get this secondary fuel filter off. Oh, I need to get my bucket to put big parts in. Just a second. Sarah said, someone said they're going to miss me MacGyvering quick fixes on the boat. Well, that's definitely never going to stop because boats, you know what I mean? I bought this giant heavy duty bucket I can use as an elevator. So I'm going to set parts in it and then I'll be able to lower, like, you know, the heat exchanger and the alternator, all that stuff. I'll be able to lower this down below. I'd like to like not mess up anything on this engine, so if that dude can fix it, I'd be stoked for him. Okay, let's see here. Now, I need to give Matt, you guys can see right here, I need to give mad props to someone that follows me on here. When I was in Belatongue and the braided fuel line failed and I had to do that fix, someone who watches this channel told me that the fittings attached to the braided fuel line, you could just cut that braided fuel line off and put in a solid or like a rubber hose, that they were barbed ends. Now it looked like it was like welded, clamped, and he told me, he was like, you can do that. I was too spooked to do it because if I did that, I would be stuck, right? If that happened and it happened to be that my model of hose didn't have that possibility, I would have been totally screwed. So I just did a repair on the braided hose, but I always kept that in mind that he told me that that was possible. And I think he even chimed back in later at some other point and was like, now go ahead and cut that thing off so you can see that I'm right. And I want to give him mad props right now that he was right. Let's cut this off and I'll show you. So this is a wonderful thing to know. With your braided fuel line, so this is the secondary fuel filter. It goes to your lifter, your high pressure pump, which is here, which goes to the solid line. This is the solid line. This is the high pressure pump. This is normally a braided fuel line. So mine burst in and started shooting fuel out in Belatongue, and I did a cowboy fix with JB Weld. I wrapped another hose around it with hose clamps, and it got me all the way to rebar. And then at Reebok, I went ahead and rolled the dice because Victoria was bringing me a new braided fuel line from the States. So I went ahead and cut it off to see if mine was the same way that he had described. And sure enough, it's like such a cool thing to know. I'm going to show you. So see, it's just a braided line with this specialty fitting. That is so you can see it. That is so cool. Like such a rad thing to know about. So whichever sailor told me that, mad props. That is really neat. You also got to be brave as hell to find that out. He's probably a mechanic. Alright, let's see here. I think that's probably a 10. Oh man, I already got a bunch of cuts. Let's see here. Let's leave that for a second. I think this is a 17 if memory serves me right. Yep. You guys enjoying this weird ass live stream? Let me know. Boy, that thing is tight. Another thing I had to do at Reebok when I was trying to get the engine to work is like these were leaking. It's such a weird design. This is like cast aluminum, but you're constantly having to bleed the engine with these things. So then those threads end up getting stripped out because it's aluminum with a stainless bolt. So then I had to put in quick certs, like threaded inserts into those. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of that entirely. Any questions there, Sarah? Oh, cool. Space shuttle mechanic. That's like the coolest thing I ever heard. Yes, I'm bleeding. Yeah, I'm pretty good. Like, in real life, I curse like a sailor. Like, constantly. But the reason I don't curse on YouTube is, one, to, like, make it so that anyone is comfortable watching it. But the main reason is because I never said a curse word in front of my mama my whole life. Actually, I said bitch once. Not to her. Oh, my God, she'd have killed me. No, about a girl that had broke my heart when I was a young boy. But, I had never cursed in front of my mother ever, so I like to make videos that my mama would have watched. She's been gone since 2013, but I can still, she still whoop my ass even as she's gone. Okay, we got our throttle Morris cable unhooked. I'm gonna do that. There's a small size there. Now I've always owned vintage cars and vintage motorcycles, so I had a ton of experience like wrenching before I bought a boat. I'd never worked on diesel engines, so that was a new sort of process, but I had a lot of experience. And like, remember I had a 1969 Honda CB160. I bought it from like the second owner, and that dude hadn't owned it long. What's just happening here? And I remember when I first got that, I didn't know much about motorcycles, and I took it to a mechanic, and I paid them like $150 to fix something because it was like kept stalling on me and doing all kinds of weird stuff. $160, and then the next day it did me the same exact thing. $150, I think. The exact same thing to me that I had just paid them to fix, and I was so furious that they had ripped me off and not fixed it that I never went back to another mechanic. It's very difficult to find trustworthy mechanics. Now, there's a billion trustworthy mechanics out there, but sifting through all the sketchy mechanics is very, very difficult. So, I owned 1971 Dodge Dart Slant 6. I did all the work on that myself. I owned a 1965 Ford F100 truck, beautiful truck. I did all the work on that myself. I owned a, I don't remember what year my BMW. I had like a BMW 2002 that was probably, I think it was a 76. It was whatever the year was as soon as like they had switched it so that it was no longer like void of the emissions thing, which was unfortunate for me. I owned a CB 404 Cafe Racer that I custom built the whole thing. That was a really fun motorcycle. I also got hit on the freeway on that motorcycle, that 404, and the car sideswiped me as I was lane splitting, which is legal in California, and I hit the back. When it hit me on the side of the motorcycle, and it ripped my points cover off, and I tried to gun it to get around this Lexus that was stopped. And there was no power because it had ripped my points cover off. So I hit dead in the center of the back of this Lexus and flipped completely over her car and actually landed standing up, but the momentum of the flip sent me to my knees. And I remember just seeing blue sky as I flipped and landed, jumped up from my hands and knees, and then I sat down and moved both my ankles, and then I ran back. My bike was like spilling gasoline everywhere. And this like the asshole that like hit me didn't even get out of his car, didn't say anything, just sat in his car, just sat there. This really nice lesbian couple jumped out and they're like, bro, you are in shock, sit down. I was like, we need to get this bike up because it's gonna catch on fire. And I was slipping in the gas, and so they helped me get my bike up and propped up and everything. This motherfucker though that hit me, he just sat there in his car. And then once I got the bike situated, I realized I had crushed my foot, tore the ligaments in my ankle, and strained all the ligaments in my knee. And I sat there on the side of the road, and then the cop showed up, and the woman in the Lexus who I just hit the back of, she was a nurse, and she's like, oh, my neck hurts. And the cop was like, this dude flipped over your car and is not accepting an ambulance, because I didn't have health insurance, so there's no way I could afford it. It would have killed me, you know. So he was like, this dude hit your car, flipped over it, and he's refusing an ambulance. I think you're going to be okay. Which luckily I never heard anything else from her again, but it was so gnarly. And then like I couldn't afford to get in the ambulance. They came and checked me out, and they're like, okay, so they left me on the side of the road, and my buddy David Brady had to come in rush hour traffic, and it was dark by this time, and he pulled his van up, and we had to lift my motorcycle into the back of his van off the side of the freeway when I only had one leg. It was such a gnarly experience. Sarah, do you remember what year that was? I think it was 2000. I don't remember what year that was. 2011? No, it wasn't. It had to have been like 2005 or something. Long time ago. Long time ago. Okay, let's see here. someone asked how much money I'm saving removing and installing myself. I have no idea. I mean, I'm not doing this to save money. I just don't trust anyone. And I enjoy working on my own boat. And again, like if I'm in the middle of the ocean and something goes haywire, then, you know, I'm like not someone that like sits by the pool and drinks pina colada. So, and I know how to do it, right? So it's like, I'm not doing it to save money, but I would imagine it's, I don't know, probably $4,000 or $5,000, I would guess, is my loose guess. That's the thing. Like, if you're gonna sail around the world on a budget, you have to do it. You have to know how to do your own stuff. Now, you may think that you don't know how to do anything, but I always say everything I learned in my adult life, I learned from YouTube tutorials. It's remarkable. And that's another reason, like, over the years, I've always, like, if I ran into a problem where couldn't find a video that helped me understand what the problem was, I would take the time to film myself once I figured it out, so to give back to the community, right? Because I've learned so much from people's, like, selflessly making YouTube tutorials over the weirdest little things. I'm so grateful for the people. And a lot of these people that do these tutorials that I watch are like have really small channels, you know. So I'm just like so grateful for the YouTube community and people that take their time to do it, because it is a pain in the ass to make a tutorial video. It makes every project go like 10 times longer. It's so frustrating. But that's also why I don't film every single thing I do, because if I know, well, a couple reasons. One, if I know there's already videos out there and likely they're going to be better, more well produced than what I've done or what I would be willing to do, I don't want to create a bunch of noise, right? There's enough noise on the internet. So if there's already videos out there showing how to do something, I don't make a tutorial on how to do it. But I'm so grateful for people that take their time to make videos for us. What are you saying, Sarah? Again, Sarah's in my earpiece. What's Victoria's handle in the chat? I don't know. No, I don't think so. Victoria, I think Victoria's still, no. I think Victoria's I think she's still working. That's why she's not in the chat right now. Oh, Victoria, is that you? Is that at V Dreams of the Sea or no? We'll see. She'll answer us. Let's see here. All right, where are we at, team? Now, I think we should pull the alternator off. Oh, okay. Hi, Victoria. I love you. Thank you for everything. Thank you for convincing me to not be stubborn. Very difficult. Let's see here. What is that? Let me see what the size is on this thing. Let's see here. Oh, ships. Oh, fuck. Oh, that was another curse word. This is the funny thing is the bolt sizes on this alternator are two different sizes, which is infuriating to me. It's like, oh, the humanity. Victoria, I don't know if you were on here earlier but I read your thing for the GoFundMe out loud and talking about the breakdown of the numbers. Really remarkable. Like how many small contributions made up the bulk, or almost half were small contributions. Really, really incredible. Okay, we got that loosened. Let's get this in here. I can put this away. Whew. 14. One thing that I'm super stoked about this Beta 20 is that it comes stock with serpentine belt, and which means I can get like a high output alternator and not have to do any modifications to the engine. So I can get a Balmer like 100 amp or more alternator, so that you can basically use your diesel engine as a generator to charge your batteries and not have to get out my little generator. That would be fantastic. Okay, there's our power negative lead. Let's get that out of the way. I was mentioning earlier about the nervousness about the Beta 20. I might have to do like modifications to the engine. There's like this metal cradle here. Hopefully it's like the same angle and I can just bolt it onto this, but I won't know till it gets here. And that's another sort of wild card that I won't really know. Okay, so get that. Get this off. Someone's asking about this alternator. This is just a stock alternator, which is probably 60 amps, and it hasn't actually worked to charge. I don't know. It hasn't. I don't know. It hasn't worked to. It hasn't charged my house bank since midway through Indonesia. It was producing enough to like charge the starter battery, but then it would never produce enough to kick on the DC to DC to charge the house bank. So there's that. I tried to buy some bifacial solar panels here, which are all the rage nowadays, and they would have had pretty cool benefits for me because I keep my panels down quite a bit at sea. So I would have been getting at least something from both sides when the panels were down. But I haven't been able to find any that fit. Like, I need ones that are only 200 watt, and it seems like most of the bifacials that are here anyway are much bigger than that. Okay, so this is the alternator. Another funny story, when I installed this engine, well, I'll tell you the story when I get this alternator off. It's very funny. Someone's asking about if I have a stuffing box or a dripless shaft seal. I have a PSS dripless shaft seal, which I'm madly in love with. They are incredible. So yeah, I don't know if I'll have to. I mean, the bellows, everything looks good. I'm gonna look at it and look at the servicing, you know, what's recommended, and if I need to replace it, I'll replace it. But I don't think I shouldn't have to. I shouldn't have to unless I just want to do it out of like a preventative maintenance sort of situation. But if I can not pull the prop shaft out of the boat, that would be preferable. It is so nice working on this engine and not worrying about damaging anything. Like, normally you have to be very careful and not do dumb shit like what I'm doing right now. Anybody in the chat got a Beta? I've heard only good things about Betas. They are a Marinized Kubota engine, which is a tractor engine. So you can basically get parts for them kind of anywhere in the world. They're also like one of the only engines that's out right now that is a mechanical fuel delivery system and not a fuel injection. So there's no reliance on electricity. Proper diesel. Oh, I wanted to tell you this story real quick. Okay, when I installed this engine when it was rebuilt, when I first got Triteia, again, I didn't know anything about it. First time I'd ever installed an engine. And Colby Thorpe, my baby brother, was here with me. Metal was here. And so I got everything wired up, and I was like leaning over backwards trying to wire up the wires you just saw me taking off, but it was facing that way. And I accidentally put one of the wires on this instead of this, because it says battery here, but then, oh, that's the battery. So I must have done that. So that I probably hooked up the ground here and then the battery here. And then when I went to turn it over, it starts smoking everywhere because it was like melting the wire. So I quickly stopped it, but Colby's like down here, he's like, smoke, smoke, smoke. It was so funny. And then so we looked into it where the smoke was coming from, and I got a mirror so I could see the back of it, and then got it switched, and then it started up first try. Okay. It's a big thing out of the way. That can stay on. This is our, we can go ahead and pull this off. This, can you see? Yeah, this is like the back of, like, I have a button that's my, I could start it like a starter button underneath the chart table. That's how I would start the engine. On these Yanmars, when you go to bleed them, you need to crack these are the injectors. You need to crack those open. You bleed it to here with the pump, and then to get it to bleed it past the high pressure pump, you need to crack the injectors until fuel shoots out to get the air out of this part. And so there's no way for me being solo to be in the cockpit pushing the button to start the engine and to bleed it from here. It was impossible. So what I did is I installed this switch under the cockpit, or under the chart table that no one could see, so I could just reach under and like easily reach to start it and to bleed the engine. And it ended up being like the main way that I did all of the starting the engine every single day, because I had so much trouble with it. Because I'd have to, these are the compression levers. You have to hold those open, turn it over. It's almost like push starting a car. You get it going, and then you pop these, and that's how, in theory, it starts, but not in my experience. This engine hated me. Okay, let's see here. All right, how we doing? How we doing, team? Okay. All right, I'm gonna have to get back in the hole. What are you saying, Sarah? Cool. Someone asked if I have a flex coupling on the transmission gearbox mount. I do not. I do not have that. I can get that off once it gets to an easier spot. Okay. So, I guess now we're in a place where we can take off the heat exchanger, and then we can pull the head. So let's go ahead and get the heat exchanger off. And again, I'm tearing the engine down just for you guys to see. I don't need to do this. I could have just like unhooked everything, flew the engine out complete, and it would have saved a ton of work, but I thought you guys would enjoy seeing this. It would answer a lot of questions in the future that people are going to have regarding the condition of the engine and why I didn't just rebuild it. The reason I knew that this wasn't a candidate for rebuilding, at least not for me anyway, is that it's been rebuilt 2.5 times already. So, and these like 2 GM20s don't have sleeves. So most engines have like a sleeve where you just pull the sleeve out, you put a new sleeve in, you put a piston in. But this engine, you actually have to remove material from the thing and get a cylinder that's slightly bigger than your last one. And then you can only do that so many times before there's no more material left to do that, called boring it out. So this has been done 2.5 times that I know of. I say 2.5 because the 0.5 time was I had the head rebuilt in Australia because the mechanics in New Zealand had screwed me over and only replaced like half the parts on the engine. They only replaced what they could get away with. They charged me for all the parts, but when we pulled, I had a valve explode just after I came out of a drawbridge in Lake Macquarie, Australia. I got towed back into the lake, and we did a compression test. There was no compression on the aft piston. Same piston I haven't having no compression on now. And when we pulled the head off, one of the valves had basically exploded, which I'd never seen anything like that. Mechanic had never seen anything like that. And we could see that the valve that had broken was an old valve. It wasn't. The other one was brand new, and the other one was very, very old. So it was obvious to us that they had only replaced what they had to get away with replacing. Okay, I think that's good to go. So, if I remember correctly, just undo all these boys. Let me see. Anybody watching this in Phuket? Say what's up if you are. That's another thing I miss about Reebok. I love Reebok. Is there's like such a rad community at Reebok. A lot of really cool sailors, nice people. And I haven't found much of a community of sailors in Thailand. It seems like the majority of people here keep their boats in Reebok, probably because it's so cheap. Compared to here. So like even being on the hard here at Apo Marina is like $700 a month for my 30-foot boat, which is crazy. Versus like in Reebok, which they sponsored me, I didn't pay for that haul out at Reebok, but it would have been $445 a month at Reebok. And then there's another boatyard where my buddy Ben is at that's like pretty, like it's basically just a shipyard. It's just a dry dock with like nothing. He's paying like I think I got a quote there. It was like $250 a month for if I had hauled out there. And then Krabi Boatyard, which is another province nearby, they had offered to sponsor this haul out. But in the end, like I couldn't. It was 38 miles upwind, and I only had that little outboard. And I even got my ass kicked going 19 miles from Chalong Harbor to here. It was like a very challenging day for me to get up here with my old outboard situation, which was a fucking nightmare. So I ended up not telling Krabi there was no way I could get over there and thank them for their generosity. Like Derek, the manager at Reebok, he's the one that had approached me about sponsoring the Reebok haul out. I didn't even suggest that. Like they approached me. I hadn't even considered it. And then he's the one he contacted Krabi and asked, see if they were interested in doing the same deal, and they were. But in the end, it's like a good thing I didn't go there, because that's where I was going to go, because I didn't. This was before the GoFundMe thing, right? Because I had to haul out anyway to do the rudder long before the whole engine thing. Before I knew that I was getting a new engine, I mean. I was gonna go there just because like the money, because this place is so expensive. But it worked out in the end, because there's like no facilities. There's like no chandleries over there, really. No facilities. And like I rented a car so I could get all this stuff I need here. And even here, like Apo Marina is kind of far from Phuket. It'll take me, I don't know, an hour to drive, it'll take me an hour to drive like 15 miles here because the traffic's so bad. So even that really is a slowdown in getting stuff done. You have to really plan your days. around like, okay, I can get all this boat work done. Basically, it's like I've been working on the rudder in the mornings, and then in the afternoons I'll run and get supplies and everything I need, because you can only do, I have all the layups for the rudder done. So right now, as soon as I get, tomorrow when I get the metal parts from Raleigh Tasker, and I get those dry fit and everything, because right now it's as thick as it needs to be for those parts, I think, but I need to see the actual finished parts. And once I get those fit, then I'm going to do 2 more layers to bring it up level with the thickness of the part, just to make it more hydrodynamic. And then I got to do some bedding and some shaping, and then I start fairing it, and then gel coat and primer and all that stuff. So the rudder is almost done. It's like 75% done, which is exciting. All right, let's see here. How we doing, Sarah? Yeah, normally someone mentioned a scooter. Normally I do rent scooters, but I've been having to carry so much stuff, right? So like fiberglass, epoxy resin, like all kinds of stuff. So it made more sense to if you're hauling a bunch of stuff, you need to have a car. Which I got to keep an eye on the time. It's 9:30. I got to go. They're switching my car rental out with a different car today at like 1:30, so I got to keep an eye on the time. Hello, Robin. Okay, there's that. How about this really sexy all-metal box? This is like the only frivolous buy I've bought since everything, is this beautiful all-metal Alpha blade. Okay, so someone asked if I'm installing a fuel polishing system. No, I have a small fuel polishing system, but now that I've left Indonesia, I don't really need that anymore. I have such limited space on Triteia that I can't, there's a lot of things it would be nice to have that just not realistic space-wise. There's like a water maker company that wants to send me a water maker. We're in negotiations with them right now, but I honestly have no idea where in the hell I would put the components for it. So we'll see. I mean, it would be nice to have. It would be nice to have one, but water makers are a luxury. If you're a family of 4 or a family of 5, then I think it's a necessity. But for a solo sailor or for a shorthanded sailing, it's not a necessity. It's just a luxury. Alright, I gotta... Here's our hard pipe for the lift pump. So this comes from the lift pump. The fuel comes out of the primary filter, goes into a lift pump. It does a little mechanical thing like this, and then pumps it up into here. And this was attached to the secondary fuel filter, which we removed earlier. That in later. Okay. I think we can pull this thing off now. This hose is like a pain in my ass. Might have to get that hose off first. Sarah said, somebody just said in the comments that it was cool to see me do all this stuff on the cheap, and now I have like a war chest, a budget to like do it in a different way. And you'll see I still go about things like the same way. in a lot of angles. I just have the ability to like get a new diesel engine now. So like for instance, I've been like considering putting on like a proper chart plotter and like electronics package with like rudder and all, I mean radar and all that stuff. But all the quotes I've gotten and everything I've looked at between here and everything in Phuket is insanely expensive. And even in Langkawi where it's duty free, it's like $10,000 for like a B&G setup and for like a chart plotter and a radar and a wind instrument. $10,000. Now the problem is I know I don't need that. I know I don't need that. So I just cannot. Like even yesterday I went and looked at them. I found like a little 7-inch one. It was like $1,200 or something, and then the radar is like $4,000. But I would really like to have radar when I get to South Africa and Namibia because there's a lot of fog there. And that's really the only time you need radar is when there's fog. But I don't need all that stuff. I mean, I am really spooked about Garmin deleting all the Indonesia charts. Ever since then, I'm like, I need to get like a built-in chart plotter. I just can't bring myself to spend $10,000 on something I know I don't need. It's very difficult for me. Someone's asking how much it is in the U.S. It's about a third to a quarter more for everything here because of import taxes in Thailand and because people mark it up. That's the other problem you have in both in Langkawi and here in Phuket is like a lot of these companies are run by people from Australia, from England. I think those are the main places I've seen people, but they're run by Westerners who jack up all the prices. So used to, this is a place where you could come get cheap labor, cheap parts and all that stuff. Well, a bunch of Westerners moved in, set up a bunch of shops like the big chandlery here, and they charge completely absurd prices. So that's unfortunate. And that has to do with like Westerners coming here and sort of monopolizing the whole scene. Because I was really shocked. I always thought it was really cheap to do stuff in Thailand, and it is like insanely expensive to do stuff here. Boy, the heat like welds these exhaust pipes on, and then there's metal inside the hose, so it's not easy to cut. Ow, fucker. Let's see if I can do this. Anyway. Oh, you fucker. Nope. We gotta get that hose off, team. So, I might have to get in the hole. I wish I knew where my dead blow hammer was. I feel like if I could just get the seal broken. Someone's asking about the intro music on my videos. That's just a track I found off of Artlist, which is like a music copyright-free music service that I use. Alright team, I gotta go down in the hole, so you're not gonna hear me very well for a minute. I gotta try to get this thing off. Nice. Okay. Whew. Round 2 here. Let's see. Oh, fuck, that's heavy. Oh, shit. Woo-wee. This is the heat exchanger. Brittany. Go ahead, Sarah. Someone's asking if I can keep any of the parts. Yeah, I'll definitely save a bunch of hose clamps, but as spares, as mentioned in the question. But I want to start with everything new that I can get on the new engine. So this is your heat exchanger, which is the equivalent to a radiator on a car. So there's like a sort of circle in there with a bunch of holes in it, and this engine is a freshwater cooled engine, so it has antifreeze in here that circulates through the engine to cool the engine, and seawater comes in to here and cools the antifreeze, and then the antifreeze goes back out and circulates through the engine. Now the old engine that was on Triteia was a Yanmar 2GM20, and it wasn't an F, so this is a 2GM20F, which is freshwater. The 2GM20 use salt water in the engine, which you can understand why that ends up being a bad situation. So this is the freshwater version, and here's your radiator cap, and this is your elbow, your exhaust elbow. This is a common problem place for a lot of diesel engines, marine diesels, is this gets full of corrosion and buildup and causes back pressure issues and flow and all that stuff. So this is a real commonplace, but I've never had problems with this. I've always had that free and clear. But it's so funny, I can't tell you how many videos. Like, I had that video coming up the Malacca Strait, and anytime white smoke comes out the engine, dudes are like, your elbow's clogged, every single time. It doesn't matter. It's like, there's like 30 different things that could cause like white smoke to come out, and it's like always like, you idiot, it's your elbow. I'm like, it's not my mixing elbow. Oh, fuck, that thing is heavy. Oh, fuck. Ooh-wee, that's heavy. Shoot. Okay, team. Let's try to clean up this scene a little bit. Okay. Sarah said people are asking what kind of music I listen to. Growing up, I was a punk rocker and like a death rocker, so growing up I listened to everything from the Misfits to Christian Death to Bauhaus, Sisters of Mercy, Specimen, Throbbing Gristle, Psyche TV, all that stuff. Nowadays, I'm mostly listening to I listen to everything now. Like, if I don't even care the type of music. It can be bubblegum pop. It can be like industrial music. It can be experimental music. If it makes me go like this, I'm into it. You know, like, mostly I listen to, if I put something on, I listen to like jazz standards. So like Stan Getz, Miles Davis, that sort of stuff. Like, you know, Duke Ellington. I listen to a lot of Duke Ellington. So really non-narrative, mellow background stuff. For narrative music, I really like Death Cab for Cutie, Bon Iver, sort of mellow stuff. I listen to hip-hop. I like pretty much everything Dr. Dre's ever done. Early Eminem stuff, 50 Cent. I like sort of like, there was a really cool scene happening in New York in the 2000s with Def Jux, so LP, Cannibal Locks, as far as like underground hip hop stuff goes. I listen to that stuff. I listen to old country, Hank Williams, Merle Haggard, all that stuff. Even like 90s country, like George Strait and Garth Brooks and stuff. I don't listen to any new country. The only new country I listen, the genre of new country I despise, but new country artists I really like, Colton Wall and Sturgill Simpson and those types of people that sound like proper old country music. with smart lyrics. So I kind of across the board. I like Post Malone. That's fun, you know, pop music. So you name it. Like if it's like makes my head bob, then I'm into a lot of yacht rock. Really into yacht rock. Have you guys seen that yacht rock documentary? I think it's amazing. So good. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk through what this is. This is our oil pump. This is our fresh fresh or saltwater pump. So our water pump comes in, that pumps into the heat exchanger we were just talking about. This is our high pressure fuel pump that we were talking about. It has the hard pipes that go to the fuel injectors. This is a 2-cylinder diesel engine. This is our valve cover box. We just removed our heat exchanger. This is a brand new lift pump that I installed trying to get the engine running when I got back to Langkawi, which did not do the trick apparently. Feels like the engine. Oh, it's not C. So you can see I can turn the engine, you know. So now we are going to take off this cover and look at what's happening in here, and then I have a bit to say about that while we do that. I took this off when Victoria was here. We took this off at Reebok because I wanted to see if it was like just a stuck valve or something, is why we didn't have compression on that aft cylinder. And these things were like really difficult to unscrew, and it's never ever been that way. I was like, what in the world is going on? Why is this difficult? Which was super strange to me. So then I popped it off. Here we go. Now we're getting into the meat and potatoes of this whole thing. And it was like, there's like spider webs inside there. How does that happen? That's part of the gasket, I think. Yep. These are all rusted. This is like gritty and like gummy, like there had been salt water inside the oil. That's what I discovered when we were in Langkawi and I pulled this off. And that's how like I knew that there was like, this thing is completely toasted. So these are all corroded. These are all brand new from 1.5 years ago. And they're like completely corroded. So water found its way inside there somehow. You know, maybe they're just grimy and not corroded, but they're in a real but all this, everything in here is like gritty. So that ain't good. So now to get the, I wonder if I even need to do that. Let me see here. Turn this over and you can see. Come on, fucker. Oh. Oh, I gotta put the engine in neutral. Okay. Oh, you fucker. It's funny, it was turning over when it was in gear, but not when it's out of gear. Whoo-wee. So you see the valves moving there, the rocker bars. That's how the engine works. One of them lets fuel in, and the other one lets the spent exhaust out after the fuel combusts. It's important to know that, like, diesel is not flammable, it's combustible. So that's why diesels are so good on a boat rather than gasoline, because you don't have a bunch of fumes that it can blow up. There's no fumes from a diesel that can blow up. You can even hold like a light to diesel fuel and it won't ignite. But under pressure, it explodes That's why it's combustible, not flammable. But alright. I don't know if I need to break apart the rockers. We're just gonna pull the head off now. I need to take this off. I need to take these off for sure. Okay, let me see here. Let me see here. What are we doing? Where's my 12 at? There we go. 12 or 14? 14. So this is the fuel injector. And this little hose here goes to the return. So when there's like a certain amount of fuel that doesn't get used on a diesel, it will return it to the fuel tank so it can be used and it's not just lost. So that's what this is, the return line. And this is the return from this one to the main return line. Take that. Oh man, my glasses are covered in grease. I use this greasy rag to clean it because I'm real smart. How's everybody doing? Y'all good? Oh shit balls. How many people we got on the chat, Sarah? I mean on the stream right now. Hello everybody. Someone's asking about the gearbox, which is also the transmission. Yes, I'm getting a new gearbox with the new beta, all new everything. So that'll be really nice. I guess I didn't need to take those off. It's okay. We can look at... Well, why don't we just go ahead and pull it all off? You know what I mean? Oh, you guys, that's what we're doing this for. We can look at the tips of the injectors to see what conditions they're in. Ooh, that feels really torqued on there. What is this? 12. Okay. Okay. I should do this first. You guys enjoying this silliness? Kind of funny. Funny, when I had the idea to do this, I was like, I mean, it's something like if I was just chilling at home, I'd be like totally into watching this kind of silly stuff. So I was like, yeah, maybe people would enjoy it. Might as well try it. 16, let's go 17. Okay, let's crack that. I want to give a big shout out, big love to Dave from the diesel mechanic in Lake McCurry, who like saved my ass and got this engine running so that it could motor me 3,000 miles through Indonesia. That dude really, he did like, he could have charged me $1,000 US more than he did. He like volunteered his time after work and didn't send his dudes to help me get the boat running so I could try to make it out, you know, make the season. Advantage Diesel. They mostly work on utes and stuff, which is the Australian term for truck. That thing is, I gotta take this whole line off here. But that dude was like my guardian angel in 2024. How do I lose stuff? I'm in like a little area. That's right here. Don't mind me. Oh, it doesn't fit anyway. Let's see here. 17. Here we go. Three cylinders. Yeah, the new engine Beta 20 is a 3-cylinder. which I'm very excited about. Should be quieter. I've never owned an engine where you could just turn the key and push the button and it started. Well, this one did at some point, but it would always have to turn over a couple times and you stop and then you do it again. I've never had one that just started in my entire life. So it's going to be such a foreign, it might give me anxiety. Yeah. Again, for anyone who just tuned in, I have Sarah's in the chat. She's in my earpiece to try to relate some of the questions and comments. Oh man, I need to make a peanut butter sandwich in a second. See if my bread's moldy or not. Victoria, are you still on the chat? Will you say hello if you are on the chat still? Is she here? Oh man, I'm starving. She might be busy. Oh yeah. Oh, there she is. Victoria, people are asking you questions in the chat. And y'all, let's give Victoria some love in the chat because she contacted like 5 different shipping agents. She's the one that's handled all of this diesel thing. I've done nothing. I just told her what engine I wanted and I found the one in Australia. And she has handled the entire logistics of the whole thing and it's been a real challenge. And the whole GoFundMe thing, let's give Victoria some love in the chat because, man, it is a really brutal thing. She set up a pretty extensive... this is one of the high-pressure fuel lines. She set up a really extensive, like, worksheet to try to, like, so I can see the progress. So we listed everything we know has to happen but before I leave and the time frame of which I need to get out of here. And tracking all the expenses. So far we've spent $24,000 on this current situation. So yeah, big love to Victoria for like all the hard work she's put in on this. Okay, so here is our fuel injector. Oh, look at that. Wow. That is gnarly. That's going to tell me everything I need to know about what we're about to see under this head. It's totally rusted. And this is a brand new 1.5 years old or something like that. Maybe 2 years old now. These were brand new. Brand new. The whole unit was brand new. I'm going to go ahead and put that back in. So we can just, no need to lose it. But now we've seen what it looks like underneath. Things the right way, maybe. Oh, shoot. It's weird what that did. It's like threads have come out the bottom or something. Very strange. Huh. Weird. Guess it was on like that. So I don't think we need to bother taking this one off just because you guys have already seen what that one looked like. And this is, again, this is a cylinder that we know is toasted. So we can take the oil pump off now. Which is going to be super messy. Maybe. Oh yeah, we have to. Bummer. All right, I got to cut open a. Oh yeah, maybe I'll... Sarah's over here telling me to eat a sandwich, so I should probably do that before I get any further. So we can go back to this view. I should not touch that computer with my greasy hands. Do that for a minute. How we doing, team? Whoo-wee! Tell you what, hard business. I am starving right now. I normally, it's so funny, like I've been in Southeast Asia so long now, like my breakfast that I normally get, I go to a restaurant and get seafood fried rice, because that's like, and it has a fried egg on top. That's like a really common breakfast food in Southeast Asia. If you had told me before I spent much time in Southeast Asia I'd be eating seafood fried rice for breakfast, I'd have been like, you are insane. That is the craziest breakfast I ever heard of. I don't know if this bread's moldy or not. Oh no, it's okay. It's good. Oh. Sarah, is there any questions or comments I should address while I'm making this? Thanks everybody for tuning in. This is a, I haven't, Sarah's reading me someone's comment on the chat right now, talking about how this is like storytelling, engine, knowledge, like, you know, this is like the highest low production I've ever done. All right, team. Skippy. Make sure I get some water too. Otherwise I look like Mr. Ed, the talking horse. I am starving right now. Now, I grew up around feral rednecks, so I don't mind eating a sandwich with greasy hands. It's part of my birthright. Oh, somebody asked if there's a new fridge. Let me see if you can see it. Here's the new fridge. I bought one in Malaysia at Gans, and that thing had already started failing when Victoria was here. I mainly bought it so that we would have like cold food and drinks while she was on board, but that thing was like already failing. It was only like 150 bucks, so it's on me for, but that's all I could afford at the time. So, but this new one is way nicer, and it has like its own freezer side. It's got the other side, and it like, it's gonna sound funny to people who live on land, but I got like giddy. I was so happy when I opened it for the first time and it had a light inside. I'm like, wow, a light in my fridge. This is amazing. Small things, you know? Keep that bar real low and then life is easier. I mentioned this earlier, but I'm having new cushions made in like a beautiful sort of gray blue. So brand new cushions for this side, and then a single seat cushion for this other side. And I'm building like a cabinet where the fridge is going to live here. It's going to be strapped in, bolted down, and then there'll be a stowage area next to it. Very excited about that. Alright, let's see where I can have this sandwich and see if I can see what's happening. Oh man. Somebody's asking if I have a head. Yes, I have a head. But you can't use it when you're on the hard. You can't use it when you're on the hard. Let's talk about how completely weird and bizarre this marina is in this boatyard. This marina is like very expensive. A lot of super yachts here. They allow you to stay aboard. They allow you to stay on the boat on the hard. But there are no bathrooms for the marina after 6 p.m. So you can't take a shower or use the bathroom after 6 p.m. in the marina. No bathroom. Super weird. And for the hard stand, there's like a little like building with like toilets that are, it's like half a click above like a porta potty. It's like pretty grim, which is fine. It's a boatyard. Half of them are the sort of like Asian style squat toilets, and the other there's 2 proper toilets. There's a sign that says those are closed between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. So overnight, there's no toilets for the even, and you're allowed to stay in the boatyard. But luckily, cruisers have ripped the locks off of 2 of them, so they can't lock 2 of them. So at least you do have access. Because normally I get up at 4 a.m. So like, so, and that's the other thing is it's a half of a mile walk from here to the showers and even to the boat stand toilets are a half-mile walk. You got to plan ahead. Don't let it get too close to the danger zone when you go to the bathroom. But I use like one of these. This is a water thing. Don't get nervous. I use one of these for number 1. And then every morning I take it and drain it when I go handle my business. But super bizarre. I've never heard of a marina or boatyard that you weren't allowed to use toilets from 7 p.m. until 7 a.m. It's super strange. Guys, got any questions? Someone said, what's the temperature outside while you're pulling the engine? It's 81 degrees with 75% humidity in Phuket here right now. What else? You guys got any questions while I'm sitting still for a second eating my sandwich? People saying eating food with grease covered hands makes you a mechanic, and it says that the engine grease adds flavor. That's right. Well, they say that antifreeze, Dr. Pepper is one molecule different than antifreeze or something. I guess antifreeze is sweet. That's why it ends up killing pets, because they lick it. That's what they say. Someone said, how many hours did the new Beta 25 have? I don't understand that question. It's a brand new engine. Shouldn't have any hours on it. It's a Beta 20. Someone asked if I have a Triteia tattoo. I do not. I've only gotten one tattoo since leaving Los Angeles 5 years ago. And that was when I was visiting. My tattooer, Sean Barber, did an Eva bird, a great frigate bird on the back of my leg. I don't have the budget for tattoos. And also, like, if that's like here in Thailand or in Bali, like if you can't drink the water without shitting yourself for 3 days, like I don't want to get tattooed in that country. Someone said plans for life after circumnavigation is complete. Keep sailing. Once circumnavigation is done, I'll probably stay in Southern California through the hurricane season and finish writing the book about the circumnavigation. There'll be like a big book that comes out about the whole circumnavigation. And then I plan on leaving for an open-ended wander, like endless wander. A lot of places I didn't see. But someone said, this is your fault. I got my ASA 101 certificate because of you. I'm like, don't blame me. I guess you can blame me, but okay, blame me when you're happy. Let's try that. But when things are terrible, then you only have yourself to blame. My mouthful. That was a really funny thing. I was at Reebok. I'd been sanding for like 10 hours. It was hell sanding that 2-part primer. I was sanding. This old timer from New Zealand walked by, and he's sitting there smiling, chatting with me as I'm sanding. He said, "You know what? We do this for fun." I had never thought about it so clearly before. I was like, "Whoa, shit, we do this to ourselves." That is like such a funny, when you're just like watching your feet, trying to get one step at a time to get through, and then to step back and be like, you did this to yourself. It's like a very funny, not very comforting, but funny. Someone said, now that Triteia is in great shape, does that change your thoughts on Cape Horn? Cape Horn is definitely still on the table, but I'll cross that bridge when I get to Brazil. People keep asking what my takes are on catamarans. I like sailboats, so I prefer monohulls. Sarah's telling me something. So LA's longitude is the completion of circumnavigation, or are you going up to LA or just keep going west? No, I'm crossing back. I'm sailing back into Marina del Rey to finish the circumnavigation. That'll be the completion of the circumnavigation. Now somebody said, what's your take on cats, the furry kind? I love cats. I'm a cat person, for sure. I love dogs too, but as a default, I'm a cat person. As in felines, not catamarans. Alright team, what do we gotta do? I gotta crawl in the hole, hang upside down, and unhook the, oh, we're going to pull the head off first, but we're going to take the head off. Look at the condition of the pistons so you guys can see it. I already know what it's going to look like. I'm doing this for you guys. And then get the head out of the boat. Oh, first we got to take the oil pump off, take the head off. After all that's done, I got to get back in the hole and unbolt the coupling between the prop shaft and the gearbox. And then we just got to unbolt the engine feet mounts. I've already got my gantry built. I've got to come along. I got a new strap, lifting strap. Oh, we fly the engine out. I'm going to have to figure out where to put the second camera view when we got to do that though. Someone asked what time it is here. It's 10:20 in the morning. So we're like an hour and a half in. Someone asked if I'm coming back to New Zealand. Oh, I would love to come back to New Zealand. I love New Zealand. Easily, like if I ever stopped wandering, that's where I'd want to live. It's like, New Zealand is remarkable. The weather's challenging. What were you saying, Sarah? Someone said, are you going to sail up to Ha Long Bay, Vietnam? You know, I'm not sailing to Vietnam. I'm in the Andaman Sea, not in the Gulf of Thailand. I'm sailing from here to, after I do the shakedown of the, I'm getting all new sails from Raleigh Tasker too. And like, Sven insisted on making me the same sails that he made for everyone in the OGR, so the Golden Globe race. He's using the same top of the line material for all that. We're adding a fourth reef. Same sail measurements that I had. Like my head sail is 125%, which is, I love that. We laid out my sails at the sail loft, and I filmed it all. There's a really extensive Raleigh Tasker sail loft tour video coming out. And we laid out my sails, and he was like, these would get you back to LA no problem, but since you're here, we might as well get you top of the line sail to do the rest of the circumnavigation. I was like, That's awesome. So, so I needed to shake down in Thailand waters. New sails, the new rudder, the new engine, all kinds of big shakedown stuff. And then I'll sail from here to the Maldives if it's not too late in the season. I had planned on going to Chagos, but the British government have shut down all permits to Chagos because it's supposed to be handed over to Mauritius. There's all this chaos. I'm on like a private WhatsApp group trying to sort out the legalities of all that. We have a bunch of people working behind the scenes trying to like encourage the British government to actually like that this is a safety concern, and if they can't issue us permits, then they not to fine us or impound our boats if we stop there. Because used to, only until the pandemic, you could stop at Chagos for a month. Oh, my AirPod is dying. Just a second. You could stop at Chagos for a month with no problem. And then they started charging like $350 a week. Sarah, are you there? How's that? You got your audio back? Hello? Let me know. Let me know when it comes back. Should be back now. Let me see. Damn it. It's back? Okay. There's a lag, so it's like super confusing. Anyway, so this Chagos thing is a bummer. Anyway, hopefully Thailand, Maldives, Chagos if it works. If not, Seychelles. Victoria is going to try to come to the Seychelles and cruise with me for a few weeks. And then I'll sail to Madagascar. I want to spend a month or so in Madagascar. And then South Africa. That's the plan. If something happens and it gets really late and I kind of get hosed with my season and I can't leave here before April, then I'll probably sail down to Langkawi. And then from Langkawi, probably straight, I'll have to skip the Maldives, straight to either Chagos or Mauritius, which is a pretty long sail, like very, very far. All right, team. You guys got your audio back, right? We're good? Okay. Hello, Miss August. Good to see you on the chat. All right, team. Let's pull this head off now that I've eaten. See where that goes. Ooh, boy, I needed that. That was good. That was good. All right. Gotta switch back our camera view here. I think it's this one. Nope. That one. There we go. All right. Let's see here. Whew. Man, oh man. Let's turn this so it's a little more framed up. All right. It's just these 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's see here. You guys ready? This is the grand finale. Let's see what's happening with the. I know exactly what's happening, because unfortunately, this is not my first rodeo with this engine. It's not even my second rodeo with this engine. Oh, you fucker! Let me see. What is that? 17. I'm loving this new socket set I bought. It's gorgeous. It cost me an arm and a leg, but it's super nice. See, I'm not bust a knuckle here. Fucking balls. Shit. I have to get a breaker bar. Holy shit. Oh, I do have to take these rockers off because one of the bolts is underneath it. So, that's alright. We'll go ahead and do that. Same size anyway. Sarah just said, someone's asking when I started the channel. Started it in 2015. 2 years before I even had Triteia, when I was just doing yacht deliveries. And I was too shy to talk on camera. I was basically making like glorified music videos. But I did like a long format video of me on my first big delivery, which was from San Diego to San Francisco on a famous boat called the Intrepid, which the Zach Sutherland teenager sailed around the world on. I helped deliver it to San Francisco with, oops, goodbye, with the current owner of the boat. Look at that. These are so rusted. So, serious salt water inside. These are completely rusted. Crazy. And these are also brand new. 2 years old. Those are push rods. Well, there you go. I don't think, okay, so might have to go downstairs and find a breaker bar. Okay, got one of them loose. Oh, you know what? I need to take this oil pump off before I get into this. Or at least disconnect it. We can leave it connected to the thing, but we got to get rid of this hose down here. There's like, well, I'm replacing the bilge pump and the float switch. I bought all new stuff for that. And there's like tons of oil in the bilge from like back when the dipstick would always shoot out because the dipstick seal wore out and it was shooting out and sending oil all over the bilge. So it's gonna be a major degreasing. That's the only thing. I might hire someone to come in here with a pressure washer with degreaser to spray the whole engine bay. That is a very real possibility that I've considered. That's the other thing, is like I couldn't drain the oil out of this engine because you have to run the engine to make it liquid enough to like change, to like drain. So it's full of oil, which is a bummer. Oh, this isn't the oil pump, is it? No, this is the pump for the coolant. I said it was an oil pump. I don't know where the oil pump is. I only know because there's coolant pouring out. that's loose, so I should be able to squeak that off once we get the head undone. Oh, okay, let's get all these cracked. Fuck. Ah. Yep. Fuck. Trying to not injure myself right now. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, you fucking bitch. Oh. Ooh. One more. You can hear that coolant draining out. One more. You fucking bitch. Oh, fuck. Might have to go see if I can look for a breaker bar downstairs. Fuck. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can find a breaker bar. This is the intermission. You guys can take a pee break. Oh, found something. We'll see if this works. Thing is so corroded. I don't know. Might be sketchy. Yeah, coolant. There's coolant pouring out of the engine for anyone curious. I don't think I can get this in there. Doesn't really fit. Damn it. Someone said, "What's the swear count to 2.5 hours in?" I'd like to know that. Anybody's keeping track. Well, it's gone pretty smooth so far. As always, means that on the back end it's going to be worse. We're going to try the. Yeah, exactly. Oh, fuck. Oh, holy shitballs. All right, team, I'm going in the hole so you won't be able to hear me. Yeah, if I had map gas, just do that. But if I had map gas, I would just heat it up. Ooh. Okay, let's see here. If I had map gas, I could heat it up, but I don't have any gas. I got it. Oh, fucking bitch. Shoot, you know what I mean? Any questions there, Sarah? See here. Okay. Alright team, we got all the nuts broke. These nuts! Oh boy, I need to get this fan on me. Pronto. Victoria, do you have FOMO not being here while I'm doing this? Victoria loves this sort of stuff. Sarah said, someone said in the comments talking about every 15-minute job is like one stuck bolt or broken bolt away from being a, how many hours did you say, Sarah? 6 hours, but it could also be like a 6-day job. Very easy. Victoria said, this sounds like a lot more fun than the conference call she has to do in 6 minutes. Whew. I'm going to be installing like a new poly fuel tank. I took out my aluminum one yesterday, or aluminium, depending on what persuasion you are. My original fuel tank is like 12 gallons, which I think is like just over 40 liters, I think. I think 5 gallons is 20 liters, roughly, something like that. But I'm going to try to install an 18-gallon tank if it'll fit. I'm going to be putting it lower in the cockpit locker, building a shelf that it stands on, and I have to remove my old bronze bilge out and seal that hole in the hull with G10, because it was like once the boat was loaded up for cruising, it put the bilge out underwater, so then I was having like hydro pumping happening, so that was actually the sea was pumping back into the bilge through the bilge out. That happened to me on my first passage. And then I battled that for a long time, and when I got to New Zealand, I finally installed a bilge out that was much higher. But I need to seal off that old one, and that'll give me room to put in, hopefully I think I can fit a, if I can get it through the hole, the cockpit seat hole, an 18-gallon tank versus a 12-gallon tank. That would be rad. That would give me quite a bit more time. If you think about 6 extra gallons, this engine, again, I don't know what the hours per gallon for the new engine is going to be, but this one, this Yanmar did half a gallon an hour of motoring at like 2200 RPM. How many people we got on there, Sarah? Okay, all. So we got all the bolts now out for the head. You guys ready for the grand? This is kind of the finale. Not really a finale, because I'm gonna keep you guys on until, at least until I get in the cockpit. I might keep you guys on until I get on the ground, but it would be pretty late for most people at that point. I might just stop it when we get in the cockpit and then film the rest, and you can see it on the YouTube episode. Okay, the head is loose, I think. Oh, maybe these 2 bolts also. Oh yeah, the head was almost loose, and those are different size. Like, how weird is that? Why would you do that? That's super weird. 14s maybe. we need to unhook the oil return. There's all kinds of slipperiness happening back here. Woo-wee. You know what I mean, people? How we doing, team? Okay, now I gotta unhook this. That looks like a 12 back there. Is it? Nope. 14 maybe? Yep. Oh shit. Oh, fuck. Had to do righty-tighty, lefty-loosey just now. Did you guys see that? It's hard to know when you're facing the wrong way. Somebody's asking how I'm getting the engine out in the chat. I have a come along. I've built in a wooden gantry underneath the Dodger. We're going to use a chain fall to get it up and out into the cockpit, and then I'll probably use the same. I'll use the same chain fall. I bought the longest chain fall I could do. It has 9-meter throw. And then we'll put the chain fall on the boom, get the engine flying, swing the boom out over, and lower it down into the parking lot. Now I might hire a crane to put the beta into the cockpit, just because it's like there's so much, you know, at risk. But with this engine, that's what we're doing. Okay, the head is loose, team. We ready for this? You guys ready? Okay, team. Not missing anything. Oh, that I am actually something I can't see. There's a retaining bolt for that oil send. Which is not, let's see if it's a 12 or a 10. Thanks to y'all for hanging out with me while I'm doing this. It's pretty fun to get to hang out with y'all. Alright, now I gotta do righty-tighty, lefty-loosey again. Oh, sorry. So we need to go that way. Where does that even go? Okay, I see. Oh. Damn it, Janet. Oh, did Sarah just said something about Sam Holmes? Did Sam Holmes' video with me on it come out, or are you talking about my video with Sam Holmes? He shot a video when I was on their boat too, but I don't know. where he's at on his schedule. All right, team, we got the oil send hard line undone, which is hidden in the back there. Hoo-wee. All right. Okay, team, here we go. I say here we go, but I'm sure I'll discover there's another thing I didn't unbolt. Ready? You guys ready for the grand reveal? Okay, this is where let's stop the live stream. I'm gonna tell you about BetterHelp. I'm also gonna tell you about a green smoothie that will give you high protein. I'm just kidding, I don't do that sort of stuff. What's holding me here? Damn it. Something is still caught up. Oh, it's this thing. I see. Oh, yeah, that's probably mine. Okay. Oops, sorry. Live stream. Apologize. Try to get that reset. Shoots. Okay, team. How many times are they gonna be like, here's the big reveal? This is like the fucking 4th time I've said that shit. Let's try to pull this head. Oh, it's coming. I believe this is the thermostat that I'm undoing right now. Oh, goodbye. See, normally if I had to retrieve that, I'd be cursing right now. But the cursing has been tamped down because it doesn't matter what falls in the bilge because none of it's crucial at this point. Okay. And there you have it. Look at that. Oh yeah, you can see that pretty well, can't you, Sarah? Maybe I'll just see all that corrosion. Wow, that is crazy. Put this right here for a second. How's that? Let's crank the engine over so we can see what the other one looks like in the light. Boy, I tell you what, these this is the head gasket. Those things are so sharp. I've had head gaskets like nearly cut my finger off. They're so sharp. Clean off this forward piston. A lot of soot on there. That's all from me having used starter fluid. Look at that condition of that piston. This thing is brand new 2 years ago. No. In 2023. March of 23. So 3 years old. These pistons were brand new. Let's go ahead and crank this. And look at that. This is the one that seawater's getting into, and where it gets into I have no idea, but this is the original cylinder that failed on me in New Zealand. It actually failed in Fiji, and I sailed to New Zealand with no engine. This aft one has always been the problem. So I don't know if there's like a pinhole in the block somewhere or something like that, but it's crazy. Crazy. So crazy. So there we have it, you know. And basically what's happened is like seawater got in, corrosion happened on the rings, which is like what goes around the piston, and that means it loses compression, so that there's like air or diesel or, you know, everything getting inside, so it can't have enough pressure to combust that diesel. So that's the compression issue, is like there's air. It can't create a vacuum because there's corrosion in the rings and in the piston, and the whole thing is completely toasted. Again, this dude I'm giving this engine to, he might be able to put sleeves in this, but at this point I'm like, it makes no sense for me to mess with this engine any longer. And like rebuilding this thing again was never, it's just given me nothing but heartache forever. So let's look at the bottom of the head, and you can see, is that too close for you guys? Let me try to bend this up a little bit so you can see. Get this out of here. Look at all that corrosion. So there's definitely seawater. This is all rusted. And again, these were all brand new a year and a half ago. And look at that, they're all rusted. So where the seawater is getting in, I have no idea, but I know it wasn't up the tailpipe. So, and then these were all brand new. We had flown in from Los Angeles at Lake McQuarrie. These are the ports or whatever for the injectors. Those things are all corroded up. So you can see right there the condition of this engine. It's just toasted. So toasted. Crazy business. Should try to take a photo. I guess I can take a photo once in the cockpit. Oh. Oh shit. What am I doing here? Oh shit. Okay, we can get our muscle tools out of the way there. All right. What do we think of this view? I think I'll put us back to where we were, which I think was right there. Yeah, that's a better angle. Alright, let's get some of this cleaned up a little bit. Let's set this box of parts out here. Just want to get some of this, some of this cleaned up a little bit. A lot of fluids are going to start pouring out when we start tilting this thing. Someone's saying that the only way the seawater can get into the engine is the exhaust system on a freshwater engine. Well, I had I have like an anti-siphon loop on that. There's no way seawater got up through the exhaust unless it like pumped itself back in. Actually, there's maybe through the exhaust system, but not necessarily up the exhaust pipe, because Sailing Nanji just had to replace their engine because, and their boat was at the marina, not moving. So there was no seawater that came back up the exhaust pipe. They hydrolocked their engine while it was sitting at the marina. And I think he even said he had like the valve closed or whatever, so I'm not sure what went down with that, but yes, I agree, like the salt water comes in and just goes through the heat exchanger, but I just don't know how in the world seawater made its way into the block, because I know it wasn't being pushed up the exhaust pipe, because I have a plug I put in the exhaust anytime I'm not motoring when I'm sailing, because that's exactly what happened to me. The first time it failed was I had big following seas and I didn't have the exhaust closed and between American Samoa and Fiji, and that's how the seawater got in. But and also saying it can only come up the, I guess technically it's still the exhaust system, because if you don't close, if you're having a hard start and you don't close your seawater in, you can hydrolock, it siphons back in from the water lift. But I don't know, super weird. It's strange that they would not figure out how to make engines that didn't do that. It's very weird to me. Okay. Let's see here. How do I want to do this? I guess I'll just do the baby bolts. Oh, I got to unhook the prop shaft now. I might be able to do it from here. I can probably relocate you guys so I'm not blocking your view. Might be tricky. Let me figure out what bolts I need, or wrenches I need first. Oh, I could unhook this while we're at it. This is the throttle control. Oh no, this is the governor, or not the governor, but the kill switch. What are you saying, Sarah? I don't know. Someone said in the chat the beta won't have that issue. If you could explain in the chat why the beta won't have that issue, I would be stoked to know, because I'm uneducated on the betas at the moment. All I know is that everyone I know that has a beta like loves them. And I really like that they have that built-in fuel or oil pump. That is so cool. Like, what a neat thing. All right, team. Let's see here. All right, so the 14. All right, now we gotta figure out. Oh, I could probably do that from here. Okay, let's see here. Let's see if I can relocate you guys. Bring you along for the ride, you know what I mean? I don't know really where to put you. Y'all just bear with me for a minute here while I do some silly shit. Not really anywhere to clamp you in this engine bay. I just do this. See if that doesn't get too much in my way. So I need a 14 socket. Did someone explain the beta thing? Take a wire brush to this coupling and try to get it looking in a better shape. I like this shape. Okay, so that's loose. Okay, there's one. I'm like leaning over the engine, but it's better than laying on my stomach in the cockpit. So. Can't see a damn thing now. Huh. Oh, shit. I think that this other nut might be a different size. So it is, means whoever put this engine in is a real asshole. Which would be me. It was a different size. That is rude. Trying to cut my sternum. Oh man, this is a pain in the dick. Oh, you fucker. I think I need to get the extension. I'm loving this new socket set. Got all the stuff, quick grab. Don't have to dig through a bunch of, it's like my old tools are also rusted. And you end up having like 15 number 10s and like you're missing 11s and 13s and all this stuff. How many people we got on the chat, Sarah? I mean on the live stream. 417. Good to see you guys. Thanks for tuning in for this silliness. Okay. All right. Next up. Here we go. Someone's asking about the cockpit drain hoses. Yeah, they have like wire in them. If that's what you're asking. I'll tell you what, like I've worked on many an old car in my life, and old cars seem to be far more rusted. And I guess that's because most of this stuff is marinized, right? But it is remarkable on boat stuff. Far less bolts are like sort of seized in place, I've found, in my experience anyway, than old cars. Remember one time I had a old Volkswagen and the spark plug. Somebody had cross-threaded the spark plug, so it like kept shooting out. And I was late for work. I probably paid $500 for this car. Can you hear me, Sarah? On the I don't know if you guys can hear me. I'm rambling right now, but I used to have this Volkswagen. The spark plug, somebody had crossed. The person that had bought it from, or someone had cross-threaded it. I think I paid $500 for this bug. And I was trying to get to work. I was late for work, and the spark plug kept shooting out from the compression of the engine. I just pulled into AutoZone. I got some JB Weld, and I JB welded the spark plug into place. Some real cowboy shit. Okay, let's see here. Where are we at? What are we doing, team? So that one's... Not the most comfortable position to work. Someone's asking if it's warm over here. It's very warm. I think we're down to the last one. Okay. Whew. Boy, howdy. Tell you what. All right, team. Last one, and then we can start unbolting the engine and muscling it around. Get it tied up and start flying it out. How many hours we've been on this live stream, Sarah? Sarah just said, someone asked if I was going to add flex coupling to the new engine. I haven't looked into what the new gearbox comes with. I think it has that exact thing you guys are talking about. But again, I'm not too educated on the Beta 20 yet, other than knowing that it's the engine for me because it's a mechanical fuel delivery. That's all the bolts. Alright, so that's free. Oh, goodbye. So that's all undone now. Can go back up. No, what'd you say? Okay, team, now I gotta lay under the engine and undo the motor mounts. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Pretty fun. Still got a ways to go for me. What'd you say, Sarah? Someone asked who's installing the new engine. That would be the captain of this sailing vessel. Me. I don't trust anyone. Let's see here. What's the easiest way to do this? What is this? 14. What is this? 17. Oh, Sarah said Daphne's in the chat. Hello, Daphne. This son of a... Alright, how do we want to do this, team? I can't really get my socket into most of these. I can do some crazy business. We'll see. Sort of works. Somebody asked if I have to align the engine. Yes, definitely have to align the engine. And something important to know about aligning an engine on a sailboat, if you're messing with the engine, putting an engine in on the hard, you align it roughly. You align it as best you can on the hard. When you put it in the water, the shape of the sailboat changes from the pressure of the water, and you have to do the final alignment of the engine with it in the water, because the sailboat is shaped different when it's in the water versus out of the water. It's like this bracket. Man, I want to fist fight whoever did some of the choices on this engine. Whoever designed some of the parts on this engine, I want to fist fight. I'll tell you that much. Okay, there's that. I think we set it to 14. Let's see. That's the other funny thing is, like, most of the stuff on this boat is metric because it's a Japanese engine. The new engine's from England, so it'd also be metric. So most of the tools I use are metric, but the like what I'm undoing right now, the motor mounts, I put those bolts in America, so those are standard, so that can get a little frustrating, jumping back and forth between the two. Let's do this one. That fits in there. Somebody asked at the beginning of the video if that was the rudder on the table. Yeah, that's the new rudder. It's completely done with its layup, except for the final 2 coats that I'm just waiting for the parts from Raleigh Tasker, which I pick up tomorrow. And then I can finish the rudder. The rudder's 75% done. And Mikkel from Raleigh Tasker, who like runs Raleigh Tasker for Sven, he's a shipwright, a French shipwright. He came by yesterday and we were looking at my rudder and he was like, that thing's gonna last 100 years. He was like, that thing is bomb proof. Alright. So y'all believe the condition of that aft piston is crazy, right? So crazy. Put my tray outside. Okay. Uh-oh, fucker. Ooh. Someone's telling me to rebuild the head. That's a negative. I am having nothing to do with this engine ever again. I'm giving this engine to a local dude that's a mechanic. And if he can rebuild it and sell it for money, then I'll be stoked for him. It's 17. I kept saying I was going to recreate the scene from Office Space where I take it out in a field and beat it with a bat. Somebody in the chat said that they're in Newfoundland and they getting a diesel heater for their Albert. Well, I have a I tell you, I've heard really good things about the cheap Chinese diesel heaters. Man, this thing is so frustrating. I have a forced air diesel heater, which I used twice in New Zealand, 3 times maybe. Cost me $1,200, and then everybody I know that has like the $150 Chinese ones has had wonderful success with them. What the hell is going on here? Oh, I see. This is making me absolutely crazy. Where's my box? Sarah's asking me what something means in the thing. What she's talking about. She asked me what CAD is. That's a Canadian dollars. But if I just answer her in my earpiece, you guys will think I'm talking crazy. So. She keeps asking me questions that I can't answer in my earpiece, though. Hello, Victoria. Alright, I gotta bust out my standard tools. First, I gotta get a drink of water. Alright, team, let's try to set ourselves up for success. Five eighths. Nope, too big. These things are all tools are so rusty I can't even read the sizes of them. Damn it. Nine sixteenths, team. Alright, we're on the right path. Now I just gotta find a socket that's the same. 9 16ths. found a socket. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Silliness. Silliness, I tell you. All right, try to set ourselves up for success. Seriously, I've been considering installing a fuel tank under the cockpit floor instead of in the locker. So much wasted space. It's crazy. I'm probably going to also deinstall my diesel heater, even though I'm going to want it once I get to South Africa. And definitely want it if I go south from there. So one of the mounts is undone. I think I'm gonna have to unhook my fresh water to get to the aft one. Let's see here. I wonder if we can. So, somebody just said that I should get non-rusted tools. I bought a whole new set of tools, but my standard set, I bought all new metric tools. My standard set is still rusted, so I haven't replaced my standard set. I'm not sure if I can get a big standard set here or not. Well, just see what we can do. See what's possible over here, you know. Let's see here. 9/16. See, this is what tools look like. And this tool's never come in direct contact with salt water. But you get to where you can't, on this side you can still see the thing, but it's crazy what happens to tools on a boat. All right, team, I'm going under. Oh, I got it. I'll do this first. Yes, Yves Jean. Someone asked if a solo sailor's ever rounded Cape Horn in an A30, Albert 30. Yves Jean from on Jean du Sud. He did it. He has a fantastic film called, I think it's Round the World on Jean du Sud. Amazing. He shot on film in the 80s. And Yves sent me his original drawings from the 70s for his double spreader rig, and it's loosely what I based my rig on, was Eve's drawings from the 70s. He also invented the Cape Horn wind vane, if you've seen those, which are easily the most beautiful wind vane I've ever seen. Oh, fuck. Well, we got that one undone. This aft one's going to be a pain in the ass. So let's get rid of this scenario here. Another crazy thing that happened, we haven't really, I don't think I talked about it at all. When I was on the hard at Reebok, being on the hard and in the heat and everything, with all the sun bearing down on the sides, it made a bunch of algae grow in my water tank. So when Victoria showed up, we filled up the water at Reebok is potable, so you can fill it up right off the dock, but you run it through a double filter. So I had a filter, ran it into the thing. We leave. I can't remember. Maybe we discovered it. Oh, it was after we left. But I filled up. I have a 35-gallon main water tank, and then I carry 5, 10, 20 gallons in jerry cans on the side deck. So we filled up all those. We filled up the tank. We're going, and Victoria saw some floaters in the water. She's like, "Oh, there's some stuff floating in the water," and she just kind of scooped it off, whatever. But then we noticed it was really bad. We're like, "Whoa, what is that?" So we checked the filter under the sink, and it was full of like algae. So then we opened up the viewport, and the whole water tank was full of algae. So we're like, "Damn!" So we were just drinking out of the jugs that were on the side deck instead of this, and just using this for washing our hands. I still have to get in there and clean that whole thing out. But the problem is, the bummer is, like here in Thailand, none of the water is potable. So you have to bring in all your water from that's like reverse osmosis water, or like water jugs and stuff. You can't get it from a hose in Thailand. Not unless you want to lose a lot of weight real quick. Okay, what we're doing here. That's loose now. Oh boy, howdy. You know what I mean, team? I can reach this without getting underneath. Highly unlikely. Questions, Sarah? Ugh. Whew, all right, team. This is in a weird spot, so... Oh, that one's already loose. Oh, yeah, that's the one I've already dug. What'd you say, Sarah? You can't, nobody can see this screen? It's showing up on my thing. You seem... Yeah. Sarah's asking me questions in my head and confusing me. Sorry about that, people. She's confusing me in my head right now. Man, this is a pain in the ass. Maybe I can just set that one there. Tricky business. No. Oh, fucker. Okay. All right. Shazam. That was gnarly. Motor mounts are loose on the starboard side. Whew. Boy, howdy. Somebody's asking about how the engine's mounted. This is a steel frame that's mounted to the original wooden engine beds and has the correct angle for the angle of the prop shaft. I'm not sure what was the situation was when there was the Atomic 4 that was originally in the engine, but since I've had it, it's had this steel frame, which I'll clean up and repaint again. And this part's bolted on. I might get rid of this, have it welded together. But again, I've been having a hell of a time finding anyone who actually wants to work and do work here, so we'll see. Let me see here. All right, so we are coming down the home stretch here on this part of the experience. See if I can crack this nut on the bottom. It's so funny, when I was at Reebok, there was like a boat a couple away from me, this really nice couple, They had just gotten a new beta delivered, and it was in a crate, and I watched them open it, and I was like full on like drooling. I was like, oh, I was so jealous that they got this new beta, and I had no idea, like, you know, within a month of that moment that I was going to be in a position where I could get a new beta. It's like remarkable. Thanks so much to everyone who contributed to the campaign. I'm blown away and very humbled by everyone's support, and I can't wait to have a new engine. Alright, let me see here. What are we doing here, team? 9/16. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, fuck. What are we doing here, team? Oh, shoot. Where the hell did my socket go? I lost my socket. Ratchet. Amazing how big a 30-foot boat can get once you start misplacing the tools. I don't know where it went. Curious. Need to have a place where I always put things, maybe. Maybe I can do it this way here. Someone asked what's happening with the bolt. The bolt's coming off, but it's in such a wacky spot that you can only get like fucking 30 seconds of a turn, and then you're at risk of like dropping, and there's not enough clearance to get a ratchet down below to make it easy. So you have to do it by hand, but then every turn, because of where it's at, you're at risk of losing your tools in the bilge, which is like full of oil, water, all kinds of stuff. So it's just in a weird spot. Okay, we got that one off. We got one more to go, team. I'm gonna try to crack it. Oh, fuck. I gotta see if they're right. That would be so fucking. Oh no, no, they said socket. Yeah, if I was looking for the box wrenches were there, but I mean they might be right. Can you? Oh fucking bitch. Ouch. Oh. Someone told me my socket was on the left side of the engine, but I'm not seeing it. I know that's where I put my box wrenches, but Victoria's been getting up at like 5 every morning, 6 every morning, and going to her sculpt class, like some kind of intense yoga workout class. I'm getting my planking in right now. I'll tell you what, having to hold my body over this engine and turn a screw far extended. Now I just put a box wrench like this. I balanced it on the nut on the bottom, which I can't reach both at the same time, and balanced it and hoped that it would just hit the side of the engine bay, and it's working. All right, team, we got it. I lost my wrench in the build, so all right. Okay. Now, all the I just saw one. I don't know if it's true. Let me see. Come on, fucker. Damn it. Oh, this one's still in it. Now I lost my other 9/16 so it didn't drop in the bilge. Let me see here. Fuck. Pain in my ass. Found it. Right there. Right next to me. Alright, I gotta balance this other wrench so I can try to get the nut off by hand. I just got sweat in my eye. All right, let's see here. This fucker. Ouch. Oh, shit. Boy, this is not easy. I tell you. Okay. Whew, that was a pain in the ass. How many people we got on the live stream, Sarah? Oh, shoot. How many people we got in the thing now? 300 folks on right now. How you doing? Yes. Okay, team. Maybe I'll move this stupid arm. Let me see what's up here. Boy. Maybe at 12, maybe. 12. Someone's tuning in from Texas. Where in Texas? I'm from Hobbs, New Mexico. Been a minute since I've been there, though. Okay, team. We're loose. We're free. Oh, I see what's happening. We got a bolt. We got to pull out still. One more bolt. There we go. Okay. We're free from the prop shaft. Now we can get to rigging it up and flying it. Houston, Texas. Or as they say in New York, Houston. That always did my head in when I was in New York City, and they're like, Houston Street. I'm like, that word is Houston. Houston, we have a problem. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. Put that there. All right. All right, all right, all right. Did you guys hear Matthew McConaughey like got a copyright or a trademark or whatever on all right, all right, all right, so that AI couldn't use it to train with? Okay. Now it's time to get the come along hooked up. Someone said they're tuning in from Italy. Victoria, will you speak with them in their native tongue in the chat? I wonder where I'm going to put the camera for y'all. How do we do this? I guess I can leave it here until I get it rigged up. Problem is I have the view flipped. It's going to get wacky. Maybe I do this. I have an idea, don't worry. Yes. Oh, look at that. Angelic. This looks like something from like Requiem for a Dream or something. Alright, I'm not gonna be able to talk to the camera while I'm getting out there getting the come along hooked up. Okay. There's that. All this nonsense. Here. Oh, fun. So fun when you guys list all the places you're from. Super cool. Appreciate y'all tuning in, hanging out, supporting the channel from far-flung places in the world. Some of y'all I met in person as I travel around the world. Some of y'all I'm gonna meet someday. Cold water from the fridge, that's the best part of having a fridge. I was going to have some juice, but it's frozen. There's a boat next to me. Got hauled out the other day. Really nice Italian couple. They left Italy in 2015. Pretty close to being back in the Med and back home. They were sailing here in Thai waters 2 weeks ago. And they hit a giant fishing, like a giant line, like rope. It was like that big around, attached to a fishing net near the PP Islands. And they have a fin keel to spade rudder. We hit that line, ripped their rudder completely off. Like, the rudder exploded. So the shaft of the rudder stayed on, and a little bit of the foam stayed as in the top part. But they said the rudder, they heard the sound, and then the rudder popped up and floated away. They said it looked like a pistachio. And they motored here in 20 knots of wind with just this little piece of foam as the only steerage. Like 32 miles. Like, out here under their own power, though. I took video and stuff of it that'll be up on the YouTube video about my rudder. But so, both of us are next to each other. They're having a rudder built by a company here, and it was cool to see how that company, they came to like test fit the foam. Really cool to see how they're doing it versus how I'm doing it. That's good. I'll leave that out so you can thaw out. Alright, I gotta get the come along, so you'll see a little bit of action on this camera. Hard work, team. Previously I used the kind of come along that has like a hand crank and it has like a quick release, but I bought this kind of more beefy one so that because of the distance and just because of it has like a smaller profile up top, so it wouldn't be as a struggle to get the engine out. But I gotta figure out how to equalize this thing. You guys have any questions? One of the problems with Sarah, will you get rid of that libtard comment in the thing? I mean, I have zero tolerance for any political bullshit. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, one of the problems with pulling the head off is that it has the lifting points, so we're gonna have to sling the engine in kind of an interesting way to lift it. But that head is where those lifting points are, which makes it really easy to rig up. Bought a new lifting strap for this very job. Yeah. People are asking if they're going to be able to watch this later. This is just a regular live stream, so it'll be up forever. I'll probably use portions of this on the engine video on YouTube also. I didn't think that through. Uh-oh. Now, I used to be a professional rigger for a living in the art world. I was in charge of rigging up and communicating with crane operators, and I set up gantries, big huge gantries to lift like $1 million sculptures, like in crane, 6,500 pound stones that were smooth. I was the person they called in to figure out how to rig it up so we could pick up a perfectly smooth piece of marble without damaging it. I have flown I'm in charge of flying like giant bronze sculptures over Steven Spielberg's house and put it in his backyard. So I did rigging for a living for, I don't know. I worked in the art world for 20 years, and I probably was a specialist at rigging for well more than a decade of that time. So a 200-pound engine is small potatoes. 275 pounds fully loaded. I might have to get some line. Oh, you fucking bitch. I might have to get some line to kind of pick this in a couple different spots. But what we'll do is I'll rig it up how I guess it'll pick with what we have to work with, and then we'll lift it, see how she's flying, and then set her back down and readjust as needed. I think the way to do this is to go here. That. Guess you guys can't really see how I'm rigging this up. I can move this for you for a second. Is that a little better? You can see what I'm doing. So I have, like, I did my rigging strap, and these are rated lifting straps. So we got this, set that there. This is going to be kind of our end. And then we have all this excess here that we need to figure out how to work around the engine to try to assist us. So I'll probably put that there, because then we could use that as a pick point. And then we'll bring this down here. Or maybe we go back actually this way. Put this here. Okay, so what that would do right now is it would pick it unevenly, because it would be picking it from this side, and this side. We'd be missing something over here. So why don't we try to do this. Maybe I can. Sarah said somebody asked if the new engine is drop-in or if it's going to take some figuring out. It's definitely not drop-in. So there's going to be there's possibility for a lot of wild cards, everything from having to get a new prop shaft to getting their engine mount reworked. Okay, so now I'm going to choke the gearbox like this. So that gives us a center point, pick point right there. So that's going to be picking the aft end evenly. And since this engine, we're not trying to salvage this engine, we don't have to worry about any of the pressure points on the pick. Might even want it lower than that so that I'm not worried about the clearance. So that's kind of where I'd like my hook, is at that height. So we'll come around here and choke the front. That's picking us up flat in the back. I feel like I need to bring this strap around the oil. There we go. both of those straps happy. We have all this excess that we gotta see if we can route. I might be able to just go straight around underneath. See if it reaches. Oh, fuck. Somebody's asking if I'm getting the spares kit. Yeah, I want to order a spares kit for sure to come with the new engine. Sarah said somebody just commented that they're a longtime follower from Long Beach if someone bought me a new engine. Victoria and Sarah convinced me to do a GoFundMe for a new outboard engine, not even a new engine, and a new dinghy a month ago. And the campaign was for $6,500 to get a long shaft outboard engine for the transom and a new dinghy so I could keep pushing. Otherwise, I was going to have to put the boat on the hard for a year. What you guys did, everyone who contributed, was raised $59,500 when the ask was like $6,500. So we just ended the campaign this morning. Unbelievable. So yeah, we're able to get a new engine, a new Beta Marine that's coming, and it's all because of y'all's amazing generosity, and I'm so grateful. Okay, I'm almost where I want to be. I'm a little shy. Trying to decide if I want to just tie a line to make up that length. I don't have any other lifting straps. I don't think if I lower the hook that I can get it. I guess I could try it. Oh shit. Almost there, team. Okay, we're on, but I'm a little unsure as to how this thing's gonna pick. I think it's gonna pick a little hot forward, but that might be okay. We're gonna have to do wacky shit with it anyway, so I think I'll leave the camera view here until we get her flying, and then I'll move the camera view. Let's see how she picks. You know, she's gonna, when I pick her, she's gonna slide forward because she's gonna try to be, gravity is going to want her to put this chain in a perfect vertical line. So there she starts to move. You see her moving? There she's moving. And when she gets up a little bit, I'll go ahead and lift this and get it clear of this. And then she's going to try to come like a cannonball. We're lifting, Pretty decent pick, it's okay. Okay, there's our first bump. Let's get a little bit higher. Okay pick. she is. You see how she's trying to move forward to get vertical? Gravity makes a call. What is this bullshit? Oh, son of a... Yeah, see, remember what I said? I thought she's going to fly a little proud on the forward. So I was right, but that's just a product of what we had to work with here, you know? Alright, let's move y'all over here. So, uh-oh, we're upside down, huh? Let's do this. Do that. I wonder if there's anybody in the chat that watched the first, way back when in 2017. Remembered me doing this with the original engine. And then I also had to do this exact with this one in New Zealand. Okay. Look at our gantry. Pretty stout wood, but I'm always worried, you know, if that thing collapses, then it could kill me. Or at least maim me. That's not too bad of a lift considering what I had to work with. She's not perfectly level, but, you know, since I'm the boss, I'm okay with that. This episode is brought to you by Grease Hand Remover Cream. I'm just kidding. Sarah, go. What'd you say, Sarah? Okay, so someone asked what condition this engine was in when I originally bought it in 2017. It was a rebuilt engine in 2017 when I bought it. And I bought it from some dude's garage in, like, I don't know, deep in the Inland Empire. Sarah said, someone in the comments, it's such a baby engine. She's real small, huh? Like, I can pick this thing straight up and down. Even when it's fully built, it's like, I can, like, lift it straight up and down, but I can't, if you turn, you blow your back out, but. Oh, you fucker. Safety, in case we have to, like, we might have to reconfigure the pick, but I don't know that we have anything really to reconfigure. My guess is once I get it up to there, I'm gonna have to just muscle it up into the cockpit. That's what I did last time in New Zealand. Thank y'all for hanging out. It was pretty fun, huh? keeps slipping for some reason. Very, very spooky. Y'all see me jump back? That means this thing's coming crashing down. That chain fall keeps like jumping off its gypsy. I don't know why. We're almost there. I'll move y'all back here so you can see in case disaster strikes. There you go. You guys see me jump back real quick. We're almost there, team. Almost there, team. All I gotta do is get that oil pan up, and then I can get it at least up over there. Okay. Ugh, don't do that. Yikes. Sketchy. I'm sure this is a top quality made in China. Okay, we're almost there. Alright, now, this is where it gets tricky being alone. I gotta get out there and build up. I got some wood in the cockpit. I gotta build up a place for this thing to land because I can't move the gantry, right? So we just need to transfer that weight into the cockpit. I can kind of like bear hug this thing around once I get in the cockpit. But at least we got it up there without it failing. Try to clamp you guys right here. See how this view looks. Whew. Alright, let's see here. Last time I did this, the gantry was so sketchy. Because the first time I did it, I didn't have the hard dodger, so I was able to use the boom for everything, which is super easy. Very easy with the boom. But once I built the hard dodger, then I had to build these like ghetto-ass like gantries out of wood. This wood is really, I think it's a hardwood. When I was cutting it, I was amazed at like how difficult it was to get it cut. Alright, I guess I gotta crawl out the forward hatch. And it's gonna be difficult for you guys to hear me for a bit. Once I get the engine secure in the cockpit, you'll be able to see what's happening here. Once I get the engine secure in the cockpit, then I'll move the laptop up so you can hear me. So I apologize that there's not gonna be good dialogue while I'm up there. But first I gotta have some more juice. All right, team. Here we go. almost fell. Ooh. Hello team, now I'm out in the cockpit. Alright, we got some fluids happening here. Okay, let's see here. Sound block flying in. Hello team. Oh, you know the trying to not get my toes cut off or my fingers broken. Damn it. Just like I said, that head gasket just cut me open like it's a razor blade. Good thing my hands are nice and clean. I'm bleeding like a stuck pig. Triteia always demands blood sacrifices. For some reason, it's always my blood. Okay. Alright, I'm going to see if I can... Engine seems stable for the second. See if I can reposition those cameras so you can see a little better. Whew. Alright, we got her stable. Look at that. She's on like a platform. Scrap boards. That's going to allow me to get in and out of the cockpit. Oh, shit balls. Almost fell. There she is. Here's what the gantry looked like. If anyone didn't see it earlier when we did the quick tour. Let me see here. All right, let's see here. Okay. Ooh, we did it, y'all. Dang. Dang, I need to take a sit down. Shoot. There she is. I lost my power cord here. Let me see. I need to have a seat. Here's my power cord. Ooh, boy, howdy. That was silly. Silly business. Sarah, how's the chat looking? Oh man, oh man. Boy, howdy, I tell y'all. What time is it? 12:41 my time. We started at 8 a.m. I probably started pulling the engine, started taking it apart. I think I yammered it y'all for probably 30 minutes. So 8:30 to 12:30. 4 hours. 4 hours and something and some change is how long it took me to pull that engine. And that's with like explaining it to you guys. I could have done a lot faster if I hadn't been like talking through the process. I think the hardest part of the whole thing was like those nuts on that head, which I didn't need to do. I just did that for you guys to see what it looked like. But the engine bolt mounts that are in the back, that was like the biggest pain in the ass of the whole experience, right? Now I can get this chain fall out of here. I'm definitely not gonna fly it off the boat right now. And we've been on here 4 hours anyway. It's getting late for y'all anyway. Oh, Sarah said people are asking if I'm going to do this in reverse for the beta install. I won't be doing a live for the beta install, but I will be filming the entire install because I know that I'm going to run into situations to where I'm like, well, I can't do anything for 4 days. So doing a live for the install doesn't really make sense, but I will film the entire install. I knew this was very straightforward and that I could do it all in one sitting and there weren't going to be any hiccups for me. So, but I am going to film how I use the boom to get the engine down. First thing I'll do is swing the boom out, put my chain fall on, and make sure that it actually gets it to the ground. That's the first test, but I'll film all that, my whole process and everything like that. So, I think I'll close it out now. Since we got the engine out, thanks for everybody that tuned in, stuck around. Sarah, what's our count right now? 323. So fun to hang out with you guys and have y'all be a fly on the wall while I did this. And I hope you learned some things. I hope you appreciated the fact that you're not doing this at this very moment and had fun. And again, I'll never be able to thank everyone enough that contributed to make it possible for me to get a new diesel engine. It's going to make the second half of the circumnavigation like so much less stress. Oh, you know what I can do before we close out? You guys want to see the new rudder? Since I can carry the laptop down there. I've unhooked the other camera, but if I carry the laptop with me, then we'll still have sound. So let's get down there, and I'll try to not... I just bought a new laptop too. So let's see, try to not drop my new laptop climbing down the stairs. I gotta try to navigate out of this silly shit too. Oh, someone wants to see the bilge, okay. Sarah, I can't, well, you're all delayed, so it's hard to see down there. But, oh, here. So that's how deep the bilge is. Very, very deep. 3 or 4 feet deep. That's what we got to deal with. That's the engine bed we got to sort out and all that stuff. But if you guys would like to see the new rudder, I can give you all a sneak peek of that. Oh, son of a bitch. Can't do this with one hand, to tell you that much. Whew, boy, I tell you. Man. Where am I? I don't know. I'm going to take this come along down real quick before I do this. I don't want it to bonk my head. Alright, y'all ready to go downstairs with me? Let's try to not drop this. I really don't want to drop this laptop. I have this like metal stairs I have to climb down, and they get like anyone who's of my age, or maybe it's something that happens with younger generations too, but I remember growing up, like the slides would be hotter than the sun itself, you know, you'd burn your skin off. Or like a seatbelt in a car in the 70s, you get in, that seatbelt would burn the hell out of you if you're wearing shorts. This ladder is like thick metal, and it gets so hot. Holy shit. Okay, here we go, team. So here's the new rudder. So it has 9 layers on it. These are the last 2 layers that haven't been sanded yet, but now it's to the thickness of the fittings. So I gotta wait for the fittings to come in so I can place them, drill through to make the epoxy sort of sleeves through the core. Then I'll sand this down. Then I'll do the barrier coat resin, and then I'll do the gel coat, do all the finishing, and then the fittings will go on. I'm going to do 2 more layers that are higher to bring up the level of it to the thickness of the fittings. So, but the rudder is like so close to being done. And Sarah said someone just asked if I built it. Yes, I built the whole thing. I'll show you the old one. It's right here. So here's the old one. So like you see these recesses. These recesses, that's what I'm waiting for, the fittings from Raleigh Tasker. And then, so then I'll build up the rudder beyond to come up to this level with 2 more layers of fiberglass. And then a bunch of bedding and all kinds of finish work. So I think I have about 1 more week of working on the rudder, and it'll be completely done and bomb proof. I'll go ahead and walk y'all and show y'all Triteia on the hard. Oh, here's my old anchor chain. Look at this. Also, new dinghy. Highfield ultralight with chaps with the name on it. So cool. Very excited. Here's the old fuel tank. And a pile of rubble. And then I'll show you, here's what the engine looks like sitting out on her bridge. So, whew, go ahead and end the, look at that nice war paint makeup I got. Go ahead and end the live stream now. Thanks so much for hanging out, and I hope you enjoyed it. Hit me up down in the comments, tell me what you thought, and I'm gonna go get some proper lunch now. I'm starving, very happy, and it was a lot more fun to get to do this with you guys, so I appreciate it, and